Good evening. Good evening. If everybody could take a seat, we'll call the meeting to order. I call the meeting of the special meeting of the Board of Trustees to order at 6:01 p.m. We have 4 or 5 trustees in attendance today. First item is the adoption of agenda. Any questions on the agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda is adopted. Thank you so much. First item on the agenda today is reports and presentations. Dr. Fuentes.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Today, we will have the presentation of our School Consolidation Advisory Committee report, as well as explanation of our historical timeline to having arrived here, and the process of facilitation for the consolidation recommendations. We have several individuals that will be presenting information to the board this evening, and we will begin with our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Kevin Franklin.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So, as Dr. Fuentes said, I'm here to kind of give a brief overview of the process and how we got here, and before we end up getting to the committee's actual recommendations and the process that the committee went through. So how did we get here? So, basically, over the last 20 years or so, actually, the district has been declining in enrollment, and specifically over the past 10 years, we've had a significant decline over and above what had been projected. And so as district enrollment decreases, the revenue associated with those students decreases as well. So as we can see on this slide, we peaked during the pandemic at about $103.7 million in revenue in 22-23. A lot of that being a lot of one-time funds from COVID and the pandemic relief. And we're now down to $88.7 million for 24-25. And then over the past 10 to 12 year time frame, we've also decreased by approximately 2,000 students. So that's a significant number of students over the past 10-year period, especially when you take into consideration that our elementary schools are about 400 to 500 students at most per elementary school, and the middle schools are about 650 students or so. So that's a significant decline over that time frame. So what does that mean? That means that in some of our smaller elementary schools, just due to staffing and enrollment, there's an increase in combination classes. So if you're at some of our smaller elementary schools, you might have noticed that we have multiple combination classes because of how many students there are per grade level. A lot of them have 30 to 35 students per grade level. So not quite enough students to have 2 teachers for a grade level, which leads to a lot of combination classes. And then with middle schools, that translates into just having less staff, which means that we don't have a lot of elective offerings that we're able to offer to our students. So we pretty much have our core class offerings, and then we have art and music, and we aren't able to offer much beyond that. So our enrollment trends. So statewide, enrollment in K-12 has been decreasing over the past 10 to 12 years. Specifically in the past 4 to 5 years, enrollment has decreased significantly across California. So you can see California enrollment has dropped by about 6%, and you can really see that decline due to the COVID pandemic between 2019-20 and then 2020-21. What does that look like within our county? So Santa Clara County is the 3rd fastest declining county in enrollment. So a 10% drop in enrollment over that same time frame. And so while statewide rate of decline over the past 4 years was 5%, the rate of decline for Santa Clara County was 10%, with Berryessa's decline of over 13% over that same time frame. So that's countywide, districts are experiencing these issues with declining enrollment and families moving outside of the Bay Area for a number of reasons. A lot of it due to the cost of living here in the Bay Area, and then just with the tech industry and the fluidness of that industry and remote work, we did see a lot of families move out of this area, which contributed to that steep decline in enrollment, specifically in this county.
Mr. Franklin, may I
Yes.
interrupt you for a second? I forgot to ask, would you have us hold any of our questions till the end, or would you like to interrupt? Would you like us to interrupt you?
No, you can ask. Right.
Okay. Feel free to interrupt, Mr. Franklin.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So again, I mentioned that Berryessa's decline since 2019-20 was over 13%. This is how that decline has trended over the past number of years. And what we can see is that specifically the impact of COVID, while this looks similar to the same trend line of about 300 students per year that we had experienced in years past, what we had projected at least at that time of 2019-20, 2021, somewhere around there, was that we were going to be leveling off some for the next few years, but instead we saw a steeper decrease. And while a lot of school districts experienced that decrease at the onset of COVID, we experienced that large decrease 1 year after. And so we were kind of the anomaly in the area, but we did experience that significant decrease a year later from most of the other districts that are around us here in Silicon Valley.
Quick question.
Yep.
I think it's worth repeating that because, so from what I understood is we had a projection of, decline anyway. So what I'm hearing is what ended up happening is the decline was much more significant than what was projected at that time.
Correct.
Is it
So,
correct?
yeah, we
And-
declined at a steeper rate than we had projected.
Do you have any percentages or numbers or anything like that comparative to what we estimated?
Yeah, I could go back and look at that. What we had been projecting was almost a leveling out at the elementary school level with the futures still decrease, but there was a projected, it wasn't 300 students decrease. We were projecting about 50 or so, if my memory serves me right. And then it decreased by a significant amount more than that. And so even in that particular year, I think we had projected about 100 student decline, and we experienced about 300 student decline.
Thank you for the clarification.
So this is the same enrollment figures, but broken down by school site. So you can see how the enrollment trend has impacted each of our school sites. So those bars are for 3 different years. So yellow is 2012-13, blue is 2017-18, and then green is 22-23. So you can see all of our schools, for the most part, are experiencing a decline in enrollment over that time frame, and you can kind of see how that's been kind of expedited over the past few years in particular. And so while we're experiencing that loss in enrollment and ADA, it makes it hard to sustain the same level of resources at each of those school sites due to the still having to pay the same facilities cost, having to still pay to keep each school site operational. And so when you're talking about operating school sites at a significantly lower amount and not being able to right-size staffing in accordance with that, leads to us being overstaffed and paying more for our smaller school sites per student than we would be if the schools were larger. I mean, this is the same trend at our middle schools. So you can see the middle schools, have kind of varied depending on which middle school you're looking at. Piedmont stayed relatively flat over that first 5-year period and then experienced that decline over the next 5-year period after that. Sierramont, it has experienced more of a steady decline. And then Merrill has experienced a decline over the first 5 years and then leveled off. And then you can actually take a look within the report that shows, and we'll have a demography presentation tomorrow that goes over kind of the new figures and new projections for the middle schools. But the middle schools tend to level off a little bit. Merrill grows slightly. But overall, the middle school numbers are remaining the same, and where we see the decreases across the elementary schools moving forward. So what are the budget stressors that we're experiencing currently? And so a lot of this is partly due to the expiration and ending of the one-time COVID relief funds. We had a significant amount of one-time dollars that we're receiving through the state and federal government over the past few years. Those all have end dates that are coming up either this year or next year. And we've utilized a lot of those funds in full already. There are one-time dollars that were then stressed that we use on sustaining staffing levels at the same level we were prior to the pandemic. So typically the guidance would not be to pay for ongoing staffing costs with one-time dollars, but that was the emphasis at the time due to the pandemic. So on top of that, you add
Sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah.
I think that's worth repeating too, just to understand. So specifically during the pandemic time, the additional relief funds that were provided was, one of the targets was to sustain the staffing, basically not do any layoffs or anything like that.
Correct. So at the onset of the pandemic, the first rounds of COVID relief funds were specific, and it was specific to stating that we were not able to lay off any staff or to reduce staff at all.
Okay, thank you.
So on top of that, I've already kind of described the declining enrollment. We're actually funded off of our ADA and not actual enrollment. So the percentage or the number of students that show up every day is how we receive our funding. So that's referred to as average daily attendance, or ADA. And so prior to the pandemic, our ADA percentage as a district was extremely high. It was over 97%. However, coming out of the pandemic, we were struggling to get even 94% of our students to come to school every day. So you can see that over that 4-year period, we're now at 94.4% ADA, and that's actually up from the previous year. So in 2022, I think we were at 94 or even slightly under 94%. So what does that mean? That translates into almost a $2 million loss in revenue. So if we had sustained that 97% ADA percentage over the same time frame, and if we currently had that ADA percentage, it'd be about a $2 million impact to our budget in a positive way. Okay. So on top of that, COLA for 24-25 back in January was projected at being just under 4% for 24-25. However, by the time the governor passed his budget, the COLA calculation was down to 1.07%. So the impact on our multi-year projection for 24-25 over that time frame of 6 months was an impact of almost $2 million that we had to remove from the projection. So although that's not money that was realized, that was money that was in the governor's budget as a projection for the cost of living increase that then had to be adjusted due to a number of factors, including the reduction in inflation over that time frame. And so that was an impact of almost $2 million. So you can see both of those bullets right there are almost $4 million in impact to our budget. And then to top that off, then there's rising operational costs. Some of the examples that I listed there are healthcare, liability insurance, utilities, and retirement. So over the past 7 or 8 years, our employer contribution, our required employer contribution for both CalSTRS and CalPERS, which is the retirement systems for the majority of our employees, has doubled over that time frame. So our contribution that we're required to pay on behalf of our employees doubled. Our liability insurance has gone up by over $1 million over the last 4 years. So partly due to the pandemic and partly due to some other factors with a variety of lawsuits that have gone on statewide. Healthcare, we've seen almost 20% or more increase in healthcare across the board over the past couple of years as well. And so just really kind of see the impact of COVID and how that's impacted things beyond our control. We can't negotiate our liability insurance costs. There's things that we've done to try to mitigate the healthcare costs, which I'll talk about on our multi-year projection. But we have tried to mitigate those costs by going to a different healthcare provider. And so that's been a long process, but we've been doing and trying to implement some of those ideas to help with some of these budget stressors that we have. So the additional financial impact of operating small schools, we only have a finite amount of resources. And so, as I mentioned before, when you have a small school and you're having to still fund it at the same level as some of the other schools, it really stretches those resources. And so we have high costs to operate our under-enrolled campuses. And then, as I mentioned, because of the smaller elementary schools, we're not able to offer as much electives and have as robust of a elective program. And then we're also not able to have, the right amount of teachers per grade level. We're having to create combination classes that I mentioned before. So, to be able to offer a more well-rounded learning experience for our students, that needs more resources, more teachers, and the way we get that is by having larger schools. So we still have budget challenges. So even though we had our budget stabilization committee come up with recommendations on how to try to mitigate these issues with our budget and reduce the deficit spending that we were experiencing. We've implemented a lot of those, and this process that we're currently going through with school consolidation is one of those. The district is legally required to show a balanced budget over the 3-year period. That's the multi-year projection I was talking about earlier. So we not only have to be able to meet our financial obligations in the current year, but we have to also show that we can meet them over the next 2 years. So our budgets are reviewed annually, and then 2 other times throughout the year, at the first interim and second interim, by the Santa Clara County Office of Education. And they do all of our budget reviews and then certify whether or not we're able to meet those obligations. So we're beholden to them with our budgets. And so the County Office of Education is the one that a few years ago at our budget approval required us to commit to making $6 million in budget reductions to have a balanced budget and to no longer have a structural deficit, which the board then committed to through a board resolution in 2021. And then we went through a process of having a lot of COVID relief that helped kind of push the process out a couple of years and helped us sustain a lot of those programs that I mentioned before. But now we are required to start to implement a lot of those stabilization committee recommendations. So what we've currently implemented at this time is we've implemented staffing reductions in the current year. We have currently had a hiring freeze in place. So while you may see that we do have some jobs posted that we're currently hiring for, those are all positions that have been vacated in the current year that we're needing to replace those staff members. So whether that's for paraeducators in special education, instructional assistants, things like that, those are the positions that you see being posted. They're not additional positions. They're all positions that are required that we have to have, that we're trying to fill those spots. So we have implemented a hiring freeze. We did go through the process of looking at every single contracted service that we utilize as a school district, made reductions where we could, and made a lot of reductions there. And then we've also explored, I believe it was 2 years ago, we explored at the onset of the Budget Stabilization Committee, we explored an additional parcel tax, and the community did not show support for that, which is why the district went out for just a renewal of the parcel tax, which is Measure A. And so we were fortunate enough to have that pass 2 years ago, but I do want to point out that we did try to increase revenues by seeing if the community was receptive to an increase in the parcel tax, and the survey results showed that the community was not at that time. So our multi-year projection assumptions. So these are the assumptions that we're using in our current multi-year projection. This multi-year projection will be updated next month and be presented at the December board meeting. That's the first interim. So we will update all of these figures. And so that's one thing that I will point out, that especially on the second and third lines for the enrollment and funded ADA, as well as the unduplicated pupil percentage, those are all fluid numbers. We look at those figures at every budget period. What's our enrollment? Are we still projecting the same amount of enrollment? What's our ADA? We're really stressing ADA to our principals and our school sites right now, and stressing attendance, trying to get that percentage up, but continuously evaluating that, because changes in our attendance impact our budget, both current year and future. So we're always taking a look at that and revising our figures accordingly. So I did want to point that out. multi-year projection assumptions on the expenditure side. So what you see here are expenditure reductions not only for school consolidation process, but also because of declining enrollment. So because of declining enrollment and projections based on that, we've estimated a certain number of FTE reductions, both for certificated staff and classified staff, as well as certificated management and classified management. We've built those figures into the budget currently for 25-26, and you can see those accordingly on the chart. So this is what the multi-year projection looks like in total. What you'll see at the first interim is that first column of estimated actuals will be updated with our unaudited actuals. We ended the year slightly better than we had estimated at that time. So that column will be updated, and then we will be updating the budget year accordingly based on how we're trending at this time. One thing that I did want to point out that in our current year budget, you can see that we have $88.7 million in revenue, and then we have $99.5 million in expenditures. Some of that is deficit spending. That's deficit spending down some of the restricted dollars that we have to spend. But one thing that I wanted to point out is that our salaries and benefits for our staff are over 90% of our budget. So over 90% of our expenditures is for salaries and benefits. However, when you take a look at the actual revenue that we're receiving for the year, our salaries and benefits are over 98% of the current revenues that we're receiving. So when you take a look at that in totality, there's not a way to be able to cut, not make reductions in staffing to come up with a balanced budget. There has to be an impact to staff based on the amount of revenue that we're receiving and the amount of salaries and benefits that we're spending on a yearly basis. Okay. So addressing these challenges has been an ongoing priority. So as I said, back in June of 2021, when we had our budget approval, the Santa Clara County Office of Education required us at that time to adopt a resolution committing to $6 million in budget reductions. We then formed our budget stabilization committee in the following year, and that committee worked for about a year and a half on coming up with their proposed solutions to help address the deficit spending and the structural deficit within the budget. And they presented those recommendations back last December. And then that's when the board then committed to forming a school consolidation advisory committee. We formed that committee in April of 2024. And then since then, through just this past month, the School Consolidation Committee has been meeting about every 4 to 6 weeks and had a total of 9 meetings to come up with these recommendations that you'll see later on this evening. So what were the Budget Stabilization Committee recommendations? The first recommendation was to rent or lease empty sites or classrooms. That was something that was actually already ongoing back then, and it is still ongoing now. And so we are currently in the process of doing that. One thing I will mention is that one of our current sites that's being leased at the moment is the Birchwood property, and the Birchwood property has Milpitas Christian School on there. They have not formally told us yet, but they, according to their website, are no longer going to be in operation, and they're going to be merging with another school, and they have not been paying their current lease. So that's an additional loss of over $500,000 in revenue, and their lease was still valid for another year and a half. And so that's a year and a half worth of revenue that we are not going to be potentially not receiving, and they're currently not paying at the moment. So I did want to point that out. So we are in the ongoing process of trying to lease out our vacant properties. And then we also have another program that recently closed at one of the sites as well and stopped leasing 2 classrooms. So, everybody is feeling some of the pressures coming out of the pandemic, and a lot are not able to continue. So, but we are still in that process of trying to rent and lease property. The second item was to sell district property. So that one is not something that we implemented. If we do sell district property, the selling of district property those proceeds can then only be used for future capital facilities projects. So it's not something that would help our general fund, but something that would help for our facilities and bond program moving forward. The third recommendation that the committee had was to consolidate or merge schools, which is in progress and is what we're doing now and the process that we're explaining this evening. The fourth is staffing reductions. So we did start to implement staffing reductions. We made a number of reductions to our certificated teaching staff this current year, along with both classified and management. Each, I think, took a reduction of about 5% out of each category. And then the last item that they recommended was a supplemental early retirement incentive. And so that is something that we offered at the onset of the pandemic in 2020. We're still paying for that incentive program. We're paying that off, I believe, at the end of this year, but it's not something that is currently would be something that would be a savings for the district, but we'll continue to monitor that particular item as well moving forward to see if that can help us out in the future.
Quick question, Mr. Franklin here. On item number 2, selling of district property, if you can clarify a little bit more about, so I understand that the funds generated from the sale cannot directly go into general fund.
Correct.
Which funds most of our salaries and programs and so on.
Yes.
Correct? But can we, is that, are we able to invest that money somewhere and draw interest from that? Is the interest separate or is it part of that same monies?
Yeah, so all of our funds are invested with the county treasury. They do earn interest. However, for instance, if we did sell property and we received however many $1 million it is, and we did earn interest on that, it can only still be used for the same purposes of that fund and of those funds that are sitting in that account. So if we sold property, it would still be only able to be used for capital facilities. We cannot transfer it to the general fund for general purpose use.
Okay, so selling district property, any monies that we receive from the sale as well as any interest on those monies cannot be used in the general fund, has to be only for facilities and maintenance too, or just facilities?
Just capital facilities.
Facilities.
Yeah, routine maintenance is not allowed. The only revenues that you can generate from a site that could be used for general fund purposes are for the leasing of property.
Leasing of property.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so the budget reductions, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier when I talked about the multi-year projection, but the budget reductions that are currently in our multi-year projection to balance the budget over the next 2 years are listed here in these 4 items. And actually, item number 4, the change in medical benefit provider, we kind of just lumped it all into 25, 26. We're going to start to realize some of those savings post January 1. We are making a switch in our medical benefit provider. And so we will start to realize some of those savings, but for simplicity's sake, we just put it into the 25, 26 column. But those figures are a combination of the savings that we would get of about $2.5 million from school consolidation, plus additional staffing reductions due to declining enrollment. So then, in total, over the next 2 years, you have over $6 million in savings, and those are ongoing savings. So even though they're reflected in the 25-26 year, those are ongoing savings that we'll continue to realize because those are in salaries and benefits.
So one last question. I think I've interrupted you a lot today. I do apologize, but thank you for your patience.
No problem.
The last question about the staffing reductions that I mentioned. So the staff that are separated from our district, do we continue paying into stirs and purse for them, or how does that part work?
So staff that retired or staff that have resigned, or?
So I'm gonna say the staff that we
Oh, as part of these reductions. So yeah, once they've moved on, and then we no longer have financial obligations through STRS or anything like that. So
But for staff that has retired and for retired, I think we still. have
retired
those
staff,
obligations.
there's things in their contract.
Yeah.
There's potentially things in their contract, post-retirement benefits that we are
Yes.
obligated to pay.
Right.
There are some minimal costs for that, but that's it.
Okay, and those that have resigned voluntarily?
Then there's no
No
obligation.
financial obligations?
No.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll be transitioning a little bit here just to talk a little more about our process and planning as we've been navigating the work with our Budget Stabilization Committee and then entering into the process of review for the recommendations that came forth from that committee. And so just to share, as was mentioned, we partner closely with the Santa Clara County Office of Education. They are oversight in terms of reviewing both our budget as well as our instructional programming. And so through their guidance, they provided us the direction for the requirement of the funds that we needed to capture, right, for reduction, which prompted the board's resolution, and also the advisement of having a budget stabilization committee to be able to collaboratively come through together with various solutions that could help mitigate that $6 million. In addition to that, we've also engaged with outside districts who've faced similar issues as ours to see what best practices are out there. Declining enrollment and fiscal challenges with the reduction of one-time funds from COVID is not unique to Berryessa, but is an experience of most districts across the state of California. So unfortunately, there are others out there that have already addressed these issues through budget reductions and school consolidation, or are going through those processes now, just like we are. And so being able to get their insight has been very beneficial, and engaging with the different resources that they've had to see what would be a good fit for us here in Berryessa. I also want to include the board in that research effort. It was over a year ago when we attended the California School Boards Association, and together as a governance team, we went to every single workshop that was offered during that conference that was focused on budget reductions and school consolidation processes. And during that learning, we also engaged with various experts from across the state of California to get advice on how to navigate this significant challenge. And also, of course, working very closely with our advisory committees that have been representative of our sites, our community members, and district staff to help inform us of next steps and provide the board with their proposed recommendations. As challenging as we know facing fiscal reductions can be, we also have always reminded our committee that we want to keep our students at the forefront of these difficult decisions. And in these challenges, we challenged our committee to think of ways that we might be able to expand learning opportunities for our children through, this difficult time, knowing that the impact of having reduced revenue at our sites is already impacting our students with combination classrooms and with reduced elective offerings. Is there a way through this challenge to make that situation better for our students? And again, reaching out and working with the input from the committee to be able to provide them with the information they needed. We're not done with that work. This process still continues post the board's decision. There's lots to do in terms of preparation and creating transition steps based on the board's decision that'll happen later on in the next few months after you do your deliberation and review. Oops. Let's go the other way. So one thing that the board also made clear as we've talked about these issues at various board meetings over the past 2 years was the importance of making sure our community was aware of the challenges that we were facing and the different budget decisions that the board was making. So when we go back to the budget stabilization period, we did a lot of information then to our community, providing outreach on the challenge that we were facing, a lot of education around how we are funded. That is oftentimes a confusing point here in Santa Clara County because we have districts that are state funded versus districts that are community funded. And it's a very different set of resources that we receive to be able to support the learning programs for our students. And so that has been something that we've worked hard to explain what those differences are and why, as well as then engaging, of course, with the next step of the school consolidation process. When the board made that decision of accepting all of the recommendations from the committee, with this being one of them, we then moved forward with making sure we can communicate that opportunity out to our community to be a part of that process. And so we did that back in February, March, and the board took action on the committee. Many of those members are here this evening, and we thank them for the challenging task that they had ahead of them to be able to work through all the data and to provide the board with their best recommendations based on what they learned. As they've gone through that process, we've shared with our community who those volunteers were and announced when those meetings occurred, because the other thing that was important for the board in terms of public transparency was making those committee meetings open and making sure that there was opportunity for folks to observe that process and see the information, as well as the committee who was delving deeper into that to provide recommendation. And so that occurred. We had different ways of being able to share that information on our website, through our newsletter, through separate e-blast reminders. We want to thank our community partners, like our District 4 newsletter, who was able to share information there, as well as our Berryessa Citizens Advisory Committee meetings, who received monthly updates as well for community at large who are members in that neighborhood association. That committee also includes the Penitencia Neighborhood Association, so we're able to address community members that are involved at that level. And again, our communication isn't at a close, it continues, and wanting to be able to continue to address, questions from our community and concerns. I know our board has also been very receptive to hearing that feedback as well, and tonight will be another opportunity for that. And then in addition, you have our study session, which provides you the opportunity to be able to engage in the learning and to ask your own questions as you begin to formulate your own decisions regarding this issue that we're facing. And of course, public notice is required of every meeting when the board is convening. So that's just a very general review of the various types of communication that we've been able to provide. Okay. And at this time, I do want us to transition to tonight's important report from our committee so that we can talk about that process and the board can get a better understanding of the different data and conversations that the committee engaged in during these last several months. And so with that, I will invite our facilitators here, Brianna Garcia and Lynette Hodson from School Services of California. And so for this one, it's down.
Good evening. I'm Lynette Hodson, and my colleague Brianna Garcia is here with me. We're from School Services, and we were contracted with by the board to facilitate the School Consolidation Committee. So you see actually a list of the consultants and staff members that provided support to that committee. These people were not active members of the committee, but yet provided data and information along the process. So you see Brianna and I from School Services. You see representatives from Lozano Smith to help make sure that everything was following the Brown Act. Mr. Williams provided the demography information, and many of the staff members from Berryessa Union School District were available from all departments, including operations, to answer questions and provide data. The committee member.
And Lynette, before you go on, I do want to be sure that the board is aware that many of these individuals are here. And so I just like to reintroduce over here, we have our demographer, Tom Williams, who you're all very familiar with. And of course, our legal counsel who supported us through this process, Harold Freeman, who's right here up front.
Thank you. And these are the committee members that were approved. You can see there were representatives from each of the schools. There are staff representatives from the district as from coordinators. You have the business community members that were there. The Teachers Association had representatives, as did the California Schools Employee Association. There was a representative from the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, and so you actually can see there was extensive representation, and again, many of these people are in the audience today, so.
So the committee went through a very detailed process. The first 5 meetings or 6 meetings that the committee held, the first one was organizational, we'll go into more detail. And then with the rest of them, it really was a lot of data that was provided to the committee for their review with regards to the districts, its operations, its enrollment, et cetera, moving forward. The committee's recommendation, as we were providing all of that information, there was a scoring matrix that was proposed and that the committee reached agreement and consensus on utilizing. We were made clear to the committee from the beginning that while that scoring was there to provide them a way of organizing the data, that the idea wasn't that they were going to go based on the scores and their scores alone. It really was a way of looking at the data, organizing the data, so that they would have that all in one place in order to have those conversations and make a decision as to their recommendations moving forward. And the committee chair and vice chair will talk a little bit more about that when we're done. In an effort to provide the board an opportunity to review the data that was shared by the committee and to provide a little bit of leeway while the board is only considering the closure of a small number of schools. The committee was asked if they would rank at least 4 elementary schools and all 3 of the middle schools, because while you will be looking at all of the data that the committee was looking at, you're also going to be considering a lot of other information that they potentially weren't aware of. You're going to be asking your staff for additional information. You're going to be talking to the demographer, looking at boundaries and different things. And so the committee wanted to ensure that the board had an appropriate and a list of what they thought were their priorities and rankings for the board to consider and choose from when it's making its determination. And again, the committees, what they provided really was just a recommendation. Ultimately, it's the board's decision as to which schools, how many, the timing, and all of those things with regards to any closure or consolidations of schools. The school rankings were discussed in a 2-level process. First, the committee was broken up into small groups in order to deliberate and have conversations with regards to these schools and how they would rank them. And then at the end, we actually had a individual ranking by each committee member in order to arrive at those top schools and the ranking level of those schools for the board's consideration. In addition to recommendations with regards to potential closures, the committee also considered whether alternative grade configurations is something that the board should potentially consider. And so they looked at two different options. One was the potential of converting your elementary schools from TK through 5 to TK through 6, which would then result in middle schools being 7 through 8. And the committee did not determine that that was a recommendation that they were making to the board, but they did make a recommendation which will be discussed with regards to considering switching the reconfiguration of your middle schools from just 7-8 middle school to potentially switching one to a TK through 8 configuration. And so this would impact one of the middle schools, but would still require closure of those elementary schools. And so the committee did, in its report, include a recommendation for the board to consider that possible reconfiguration of a middle school. And so I just wanted to walk you quickly through those meetings that were held by the committee and the criteria that was considered for those. The first meeting that was held on April 25th was really just an organizational meeting in order to provide the committee with an understanding of their roles, the roles of the facilitators and staff that were going to be providing support, to look at the criteria that was being proposed that was based on guidance provided by the California Department of Education with regards to the types of considerations that committees and districts should make when they were considering closing or consolidating schools, and an explanation of the scoring criteria and how that might work. The second meeting was focused on providing demographic information. The district's demographer provided information with regards to the trends long-term, as well as the staff providing information regarding the current and projected enrollment and capacity at all of the school sites. There were 4 criteria that were developed and reached consensus by the committee to consider with regards to demographics and enrollment. Criteria 1 was looking at enrollment at the school district, at the various district schools, and looking at ones that were, the enrollment was low and projected to remain low over the period of time that we were looking at. That consideration included special education and special day classes because they're loaded at different ratios, and we wanted to make sure that that was part of that conversation. Criteria 2 looked at demographic diversity. I'm sure if we asked everyone in this room, everyone would have a different definition for what diversity is, and also what level means diverse. And so what we utilized was the unduplicated pupil percentage, which is a metric that was developed by the state as part of the local control funding formula that Kevin talked about before, that looks at the population of students that are English learners, foster youth, or eligible for free or reduced price meals. Criterion 3 was looking at what schools had excess classroom capacity and how much excess capacity the schools had. And then lastly, criteria 4 looked at the proximity to schools with capacity to accommodate incoming students. So if a given school was closed, would the 3 nearest schools have capacity to absorb those students to try to limit how far students might have to go if their school were to be closed. Meeting number 3 was focused on facilities. We looked at the size, condition, cost for repairs, maintenance, construction projects that might be forthcoming, looking at the support spaces if there were environmental factors that were impacting the school sites. So the committee considered 3 criteria for facilities. Criteria number 5 was looking at the condition of the facilities. This was partly based on facilities inspection tool that's developed by the Office of Public School Construction, which is a state organization, and looking at the costs that have been estimated for upgrades at the various school sites moving into the future, utilizing for the majority your bond funds. Criterion 6 looked at modernization, construction, and other projects that were recently completed, with the thought that if you just spent X amount of dollars on a school site, then you wanted to take those costs into consideration if it was a school that was actually going to possibly be closed. And then criteria 7 was looking at historical investments in facilities. The first 2 criteria are really looking prospectively. and you're saying it's going to cost this much money to upgrade the school site. You don't want to have that consideration without also knowing how much money was spent at a school site, because it's possible that a school needs $50 million in upgrades, but if the district has never put any money into that school, that's a very different situation than one that needs $50 million in upgrades, but $40 million was spent on it in the last year. So we wanted to look at the historical costs as well. Criteria number 8.
Can I interrupt you
Yes.
here?
Most,
Very
yes.
quickly. Can you maybe clarify a little bit more the difference between criterion 5 and 6? There seem to be some sort of overlap between the two. Is there any overlap, or are those separate considerations? Can you just elaborate a little bit more?
No problem. Yes, they are separate. Criteria 5 is really looking at mostly your facilities master plan and what were those proposed expenses into the future. So if your facilities master plan said that X campus needed $20 million in improvements over the next 5 to 10 years, that was where it was looking at in criteria 5, versus 6 was looking at ones that were just recently completed. So in the last several years or last several bonds, how much money was recently spent or was underway, was being spent right now on those school facilities. And so those 3 criteria are really looking at how much was spent historically, how much you've spent in the last couple of years, and then how much is proposed to be spent in the future. You're welcome. Criterion 8 looked at whether there were unique facilities at any of the school sites that if that facility or that school site were to close, that was something that wasn't available at any other school site. An example that you don't have here, you have high schools that have stadiums, and not all high schools do. So if you closed one high school with a stadium, that would be something that would then not be available to the district. So we wanted to look at those types of facilities. Criterion 9 was looking at support spaces and wanting to ensure that they had sufficient capacity to meet not only the current enrollment, but any projected enrollment, especially if you were bringing more students onto that campus because you were closing another school. So is the cafeteria large enough for the number of students that would be enrolled at that school site? Is the multi-purpose room, the playgrounds, et cetera, are they sufficient to meet that projected enrollment at a school site? Criteria 10 was looking at our environmental factors. Was there anything that would impact the use of that school site? Earthquake faults is one that everybody's aware of. You do have schools in California that have earthquake faults running right through them, and you can't make improvements on those campuses in the future. And so we wanted to note any of those that would potentially impact the use of that campus. And then lastly, criterion 11, if there were any leases or other outside uses that were on any of your campuses that were generating income, and if the closure of the school would impact the ability of the district to continue to generate that income. Meeting number 4 focused on educational and student support services. So really looking at the programs that are being offered to your students, looking at the California School Dashboard, which has performance levels based on metrics that were developed by the state, looking at the test scores through the California Assessment of Students' Performance and Progress, those smarter balanced assessments, looking at the academic support services that are being provided on all those campuses, just so that the committee could see what the district was currently offering to all of its students or to particular subsets if they were specific to a given school site. So there were 3 criteria that the committee considered in this meeting. Criterion 12 was looking at whether or not schools met the performance in 2 or more of the state criteria. So the state on the school dashboard has 5 performance levels. From green is the highest down to red at the lowest. And so if there were any criteria, if there were any performance or state indicators where they scored either orange or red, which are the bottom 2, that's what criterion 12 was looking at. Criterion 13 was looking at if there are district-wide programs at a given school site that would need to be relocated. So if you closed a school and that was the only school that had AVID, for example, for its students, then if you close that school site, would that program need to be relocated? And then on the flip side of that, for criterion 14, if it had to be relocated, could it be relocated? Or was it a program that was specific to that school site because you had an astronomy lab and that was the only school on the campus or within the district that had one? And so we wanted to make sure that if there was a program, could that program be relocated? Meeting number 5 was looking at the fiscal and other impacts. The presentation included much of what Kevin provided to you this evening with regards to the fiscal status, as well as the implications of school closures, and if there were other community impacts. And so the criterion for this meeting that the committee looked at were existing safety concerns regarding traffic or safe route to school. Is there anything right now at the campuses that rise or that have safety concerns? And then on the other side of that, criterion 16, would the consolidation of students at any given school site then raise any concerns with regards to traffic or safe routes to school? So that's the differentiation between 15 and 16. 17, would transportation be required for the relocated students? The district offers transportation only for its special education students, and that would continue after any type of consolidation, so that was looked at. Criterion 19 looked at any alternative uses that have already been identified for the school sites if they were to be closed. And then criterion 19 and 20 looked at the fiscal aspects of that. Criterion 19 looked at what the benefit and net savings would be from a specific school site being closed, while criterion 20 looked at the operating costs of a given school site excluding staff. Staff is a programmatic determination that the district office makes, and where programs are, how many staff are located there are really dependent on that. And so we wanted to take that off the table and really look at what does it cost to operate that facility and have that for the committee's consideration. Meeting number 6, so we transitioned from providing and discussing data with the committee to the committee then really starting to have conversations about their possible recommendations to the school board. Staff did have the presentation to the committee with regards to the 2 possible reconfiguration of grades that I talked about before, going to TK through 8 for potentially middle schools and moving grade 6 to the elementary schools. And so there was a presentation regarding that. The committee was provided with information with regards to free and reduced price meal percentages at school sites, as well as racial and ethnicity information, just so that they would have a broader understanding of the students that were at the various school sites throughout the district. And then we talked about narrowing the criteria. As you saw when I just walked through that, there were 20 of them in total, and it's a lot of information. And some of those criteria, when you looked at them, there was no difference between school sites. So, for example, we talked about whether there were any unique facilities. None of the campuses had unique facilities. And so when you looked at the criteria, the scoring was the same across all of the campuses. So the idea with narrowing them was to focus on those criteria that showed a differentiation between schools, just to better focus their conversation. Not that they didn't have that additional information or couldn't consider that information, but just trying to help really focus on what the differences were within the schools to help them reach consensus on their recommendation. Once those things happened, the committee did rank the middle schools at that school site, at that meeting, and we ended there. Meeting number 7, there was a request by a committee member to get information on intra-district transfers, so the transfer of students within the district if a parent requested moving from school A to school B. And so we provided that information, and then we looked at the elementary schools and the narrowing down the schools that were going to be recommended for the school board. And so that conversation was had at that meeting. At that time, there was no ranking yet on the elementary schools. That really happened at the next meeting, which was October 17th. The committee actually then ranked the 5 schools that they were recommending to the board for possible closure. We revisited the ranking for the middle schools because there was an error in the total of the scoring when we first looked at it on September 5th. And so we wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity with the corrected numbers to see if they had any questions or any change in how they wanted to rank those schools. And then there was consideration of those the grade reconfigurations at that time. And so they had a conversation and they made a decision to recommend the TK through 8. And instead of just recommending one school, they decided to rank 2 of the middle schools, first and second, for possible consideration. When we came back to the last meeting on October 24th, we just revisited that TK through 8 reconfiguration. The last meeting, we ended kind of late, and so we wanted to make sure that everybody was still on the same page. And so we reaffirmed the recommendation that was made at the prior meeting, as well as confirmed the ranking for the elementary schools and the middle schools. Then we walked through the report that you have, same as we did this evening, meeting by meeting, and we're making sure that we captured all of the information or all of the notes or different things that the committee really felt that they wanted to make sure that the board knew that they had considered and talked about. So all of those notes were made and incorporated, and then the committee voted on the total recommendations, the elementary schools, the middle schools, and the reconfiguration at that time. And again, we have the chair and the vice chair here, as well as some of the other committee members that will talk a little bit more about that process and their recommendations at the end. And so with that, if you have any questions for us, we're happy to answer them before we turn it over to.
Thank you. I do have questions, but I want to give the opportunity, the board, the opportunity to ask any questions if you have any questions for the facilitators. Trustee Jimenez. For clarification purposes, you spoke about unique facilities on specific school sites. Can you elaborate on what would constitute a unique facility from your experience?
For the most part, it's usually some type of use that's just not found anywhere. What we see at other, we didn't have any here. What we see at other districts sometimes is a school site will have a black box theater, and that's the only one that has it. Or you have one that has a swim stadium or a swimming pool at the school site, and that's the only school within a district that has those facilities. Sometimes you'll see very extensive science labs or astronomy facilities. They're just certain things that sometimes a school site has that isn't available at other school sites.
Yeah, I thought one of our school sites did have a facility like that, which is why I wanted to get that clarified, because I was a little confused when you said unique facilities, and none of the school sites had, but I think at least one of our school sites does have a unique facility. Dr. Fuentes, please correct me if I'm wrong there, but yeah, I was a little surprised that didn't come up in the conversation. But we will take the report, and then we will continue talking about it. I thought I already asked you that question about modernization, which is good. As far as special programs, district-wide special programs, what programs, any programs come up in the discussions, and what were they, and what were how
I might not remember all of them off the top of my head, but we had AVID that were at different school sites. We have the Mandarin Immersion program at one of the school sites. You have SOBRA, S-O-B.
Sabrato SEAL program, also parent participation program. And we do still have our chairpersons who are going to speak that can also share with you what their conversations were.
I just wanted to point that out, so the speakers can.
And our special education programs as well.
Which is what is a key component of this whole equation. And I would implore the next speakers to elaborate on some of those points and give us more clarity. But I do appreciate your time and all the help with putting this together. And not an easy task, but we rely on your experience and expertise in this process. And we appreciate you being here.
No problem, our pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, trustees, Dr. Fuentes and Cabinet. We are here representing the School Consolidation Advisory Committee as the committee chair and vice chair. Over the last several months, we've been dedicated with the challenging and important task of reviewing the data, analyzing student opportunities, and objectively considering which schools in our district to recommend for potential closure. I would like to thank all the committee members for their dedication, hard work, and diligence throughout this process. And if there are any committee members here this evening, would you just please stand? Again, thank you for your participation and courage throughout the last few months. This has been a very challenging process, and none of us truly want to close schools. However, we also understand that due to the current financial situation, the closure of schools is necessary to stabilize the budget. The stabilization is crucial for maintaining the student programs and staff that support our students' success. The committee was able to collaborate authentically and ultimately came to consensus over the recommendations that will be presented this evening. Before presenting the recommendations, I do just want to highlight some of the insights from the committee. The committee did understand the impact of the decision being made and did not take the decision lightly. We worked hard to consider the needs of every school community, and every school was discussed in a positive way. We listened to the parents and the community, and every school was discussed in a positive way. We listened to parents and the community members in addition to considering the data that was shared on the screen. The committee asked lots of questions and gained a better understanding of the data, and the members of the committee had many debates during this process. The committee kept faculty costs front of mind, as we didn't want money spent on buildings that could be spent on programs for kids. However, we also considered criteria other than just numbers and dollars. We considered the academic assessment results that are included in criteria 12, as well as considering the socioeconomic data and the communities and the impact that schools would close. The committee considered the success of all students, not the success of specific student groups. We discussed what would be in the best interest of all students and also considered safety as a priority. We considered the locations of the school sites and safe paths to school, as well as the number of students who walk to school. We considered the capacity of each school site. We looked at all the criteria presented, not just the merit criteria. Consideration was given to special programs as it is important to consider the impact to all students' enrollment and parent choice. And we determined that all of the special programs can be moved to another school site. The TK8 option was also discussed, including the concerns regarding safety, and the committee discussed how the TK8 model would be something new for our community. When discussing the TK8 option, there was emphasis on traffic and the safety of students getting to school. The process described starting on page 43 is important to highlight, as it describes the process we went through to get to the decision that we made. Again, I want to reiterate that this was a difficult process, and the committee did its best to maintain objectivity throughout the process. The final decision came after much debate, but we ultimately came to consensus on the recommendations. So at this time, the committee is recommending to the board that you consider closing the following schools in the ranked order when you're making your decision this evening. And that is that for the elementary schools, number 1 is Cherrywood, number 2 is Toyon, number 3 is Laneview, number 4 is Summerdale, and number 5 is Ruskin. For our middle schools, number 1 is Sierramont, Piedmont is number 2, and Morrill is number 3. In addition, as an alternative to closing a middle school, we do recommend that if you want that you could go with a TK8 model. And if you were to do that, we recommend that Sierramont be the first choice for a TK8, and then Piedmont be the second choice. Do you have any questions?
I have one. So if we do a TK to 8,
reconfiguration, one of the schools, what does that mean does that mean we preserve all our middle schools and then would have to close an additional elementary school?
Yeah, so what it would mean is that we basically maintain 2 middle schools as is. One of the middle schools turns into a TK8 and we shut down 3 elementary schools.
Okay. Is that a more expensive option?
That does require an investment because you have to do reconfiguration of the middle school site. And staff did provide the committee and can share with the board schematic options that also show what that investment cost would be. So we do have that available to share with the board if you'd like to take a look at that now, or we can share with you after additional questions.
So if we were to go to the TK to 8 option, would students living in the Sierra or Piedmont boundaries, would they potentially be impacted?
So that would be to the discretion of the board, depending on the middle school location that's selected. You would be merging one elementary school into that middle school location, and then closing 2 additional middle schools is what was recommended. But again, it depends on the site and the size of that TK8 that you want to create. It is depending on the location. You could potentially even merge 2 sites onto that middle school site. But again, it depends on the location of interest and the size of that campus.
So then if we are going to reconfigure a middle school, that would mean that no middle schools would be closed.
No, you would have,
That means we have,
your middle schools would all 3 remain open, but one middle school would be converted into a TK8.
Right, understood.
So it would expand to include the elementary students. And in addition, I think Trustee Nguyen, you might have been asking potential impact for entry of other middle school students.
Correct.
Yes, and so that would cause some reconfiguration of boundaries depending on the school site location that's selected and the type of program that you may want to offer at that location.
I just want clarification. If there is a reconfiguration of a middle school, that would mean that we need to close 3 elementary schools, correct?
Correct, because you would be merging one of those elementary sites at minimum to that middle school location.
Understood.
So if we were to do that, reconfigure a middle school to a TK to 8, would then the entire populations of say 1 or 2 schools that, if we decide to close them, would they all go to the same middle school?
So the elementary site that you would be merging in would stay there. It'd be their K-8 pathway, right? And then it would just, again, it would depend. So, and the reason I say it depends is depends on the type of school you want to create, because you do still want that K-8 to be a reasonable size, to be able to offer elective course offerings for those middle school grades. So there is potential to still allow other elementary students to feed into that site if, again, depending on the site location that's selected. We do have one middle school site that's more conducive to growth than the other.
So then some of the students that go, some of the classmates might still be separated. So one of my main, kind of goals is to make sure that students are disrupted as little as possible. And to me, that includes them having, the same classmates they've been with if they've been at a school site. So they might still have to go to say a different elementary school or to another school site and not necessarily all go to the same middle school if we were to.
Potentially, but again, I think it'd be easier for the board to look at the schematics and then look at the boundaries that are correlated with that potential middle school to be able to see how closely we can keep that vision in alignment.
Yeah, I agree. I think let's bring that out and then let's look at that.
Yeah, and so another question I have is, and we haven't had, I know we've gotten a lot of community input, but we don't know whether the community would prefer something like, say, closing 3 middle schools or 3 elementary schools as opposed to closing 2 elementary schools and a middle school.
We've not asked that question. We did do a survey early on based on committee requests. The committee had requested data from our community to see if they would be interested in the K-8, and if they were, what kind of K-8 program would they like to see. So we do have that information.
Okay.
Yeah, and what will it take to get that?
It's in the packet. It's in your binder.
It's in there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, is there a possibility to present it?
We can share that as well.
So, so everybody can take a look at it and present. The one, excuse me, the one question I have is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So on the list of recommendations, and it's a question for all of you, is there are 3 Title I schools in elementary and 2 Title I schools in the middle school. Any potential reconfiguration of a Title I school, be it consolidation or closure, or a K-8 model, how does that affect our Title I dollars? Do we reevaluate the student population percentages, or does it transfer or, evenly to the new site?
So Title I status is based on student eligibility, right? And so it depends on the cluster of students at that new reconfiguration to be able to determine whether or not they would still be able to capture that Title I funding for support services. So in effect, if you were to consolidate 2 sites that are already existing Title I, that funding would continue to move over with those students because you already have 2 populations that already capture that required threshold, and you'd actually have additional revenue putting them together, to consolidate those resources. Now, we have eligible students across our district, but they may not meet that threshold that's required by the state at their school site currently. But if you brought over additional students, we'd have to do the data estimation to see if we would have a threshold met to retain that Title I funding. I don't know if there's any additional information, Mr. Franklin?
So is that information that we could get, like a projection, if we were to, let's say, close one particular elementary school, would it impact another elementary school in regards to Title I dollars? Whether they maintain the Title I school or no longer become a Title I school because of the students they're now absorbing?
Yeah, we'd have to do that analysis to find out, which 2 schools that we'd be talking about, and then we'd have to then look deep into the data to see where those students would go.
So I know we have another study session in December. Is that something that could be provided by them? Just a high-level projection. Let's say if Cherrywood were to be closed, and then where would those students be going, and would it impact those students in terms of Title I money?
Yeah, we can do that if we know what schools you're wanting us to.
Yeah, just a high-level projection on where they live at geographically, where they would go.
Yeah, we can.
Like their boundaries.
Yeah. And one thing just to share with the board is, as our demographics have changed over the years, so has our Title I eligibility. That has lessened. We currently operate 6 sites that are Title I, but they're Title I on waiver. They no longer meet the threshold. The threshold is 40% or higher of the students need to meet, the free and reduced meal requirement. Most of our sites that continue to be Title I hover in the 32% range, so that has gone down over the years.
So I think that makes it more significant if they're especially right at the hovering border that we could potentially lose Title I dollars for certain schools.
You lose Title I funding when you go below 25% eligibility.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a different question that I asked our client facilitators about, those unique facilities. Did you you have intimate knowledge about our school facilities. Was that brought up about unique facilities, and did you mention anything to the committee members?
So most of the things that the people consider was the programs, if they were portable, outside of facility. Now, facility costs was also considered for modernization or for upkeep. So those were also considered as well.
But we didn't specifically talk about a site having a unique facility that doesn't exist in any of our other sites, correct?
I still don't understand. So like just structure-wise?
Are there anything, are there any of our sites have any specific facility or building that's unique to that particular site?
I don't think that was discussed because it wasn't part of the criteria.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, go ahead.
What is the criteria?
Yeah, so it was discussed, to be quite honest, I do forget exactly how that conversation went. We've had so many of these meetings. But I think when we looked at it, we looked at the 3 middle schools and what kind of facilities they have. They've all got facilities that are about the same. Our elementary schools, same thing. We looked at, we didn't find any specific facilities that couldn't, like, for example, I think it's Ruskin that has the science lab.
Right.
That could very easily be packed up and moved to another school.
So that's under criterion 8, you have unique facilities. So if the facility could be replicated easily, that means it doesn't meet the unique facility criteria.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and then similar to when you had asked about the programs, because we do have all these special programs, but we did discuss how any of those programs could be replicated at a different school site.
Right. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
So I'm glad that you had mentioned programs and services. I think one of the most important thing about the school consolidation process is not about just cost savings, it's about giving more programs and services to our existing students. And one of the ways to do that is through consolidation. I think one of the drawbacks with the TK through 8 model is that it doesn't really give more programs and services to our middle schools unless there's a scenario that is out there that I can't think of. Because we're still spreading services and programs across 3 middle schools, whereas we consolidate to 2 schools, we're able to offer more programs and services. So I'm not sure if we were to go to the TK through 8 model, is there a potential for us to continue to offer more programs or services, or is that not accomplished?
So there's an opportunity for the board to, again, it goes back to the programming piece, and what would you want to have offered at that TK8? Would it be a traditional TK8? Would we want it to be a specialized school? In which case you would have very specialized program offerings that would be created there, like a STEM or STEAM school, for example.
So I have it's kind of a related question. So is there any data or any research done on, the quality of education students receive in, say, a TK to 8 environment, kindergarten 8, environment elementary, combined middle school versus, traditional elementary and middle school? Is there, are there any additional benefits to, say, having school sites that are specifically elementary schools versus combination?
It really depends. I think Ed Services, did you touch on this a little bit in your report with the committee?
It's inconclusive, actually. I mean, there's studies that are out there, but there's nothing significantly different between a traditional TK5 school compared to a TK8 school.
One more question about the TK8 model is, lost my train of thought. No, it's fine. The impact on the traffic impact and number of students arriving at the same site. I know some of our elementary schools already do staggered start times and release. How does that affect our traffic? Because I'm trying to visualize the 3 middle schools This current middle school is on a major thoroughfare here. Sierramont is inside the neighborhood, and so is Morrill is also in a major thoroughfare. So we don't win in any of the scenarios with the TK8. What are some of the considerations? I mean, if we do TK8, what are some of the environmental considerations, number one, and the second one, specifically that you alluded to, having a TK8 with a specialized program, like a STEM or STEAM school, what is the investment on that? How does it look operation-wise? What are the advantages of having them? And would a school like that with a STEM STEAM program poach students from other middle school, other two remaining middle schools? Would they want to get transferred to something like a school, a middle school with a specialized program like STEAM and STEM? How does that configuration work? I'm just curious.
So I'm going to have Mr. Franklin first answer your first question about traffic.
Okay, so, and maybe Harold, you can maybe come up and help with some of the answers to the specific traffic studies that we would do once the board has made the decision about the TK8 option. But as you mentioned, the staggered start times is something that could help alleviate traffic. The other thing that we have to remember too is if the school is larger, there's more staff. So there's staff to help with the drop off and pickup, procedures at each school site. I'm familiar with a number of TK8s that have about 800 to 900 students, which would be more than what we would have at a TK8, that are both located off of a major road and located within a neighborhood that, as long as the flow of traffic is understood and you have staff out there supporting the drop-offs, that there's not, you wouldn't really notice much of a difference than the current drop-off and pickup currently. It's just a little bit different because the age group of students varies a little bit more. So, for instance, just within the past 4 or 5 years, Sierramont Middle had about 900 students being dropped off and picked up every day. And if we're looking at a TK8 of 650 to 700, that's still significantly less than was there just a few years ago. So the traffic wouldn't be very much different, but you would have a lot of staff out there to be helping, with the drop off and getting cars through the circle. And we'd have to really look at those drop off procedures and make sure that that's understood by our families to make that happen. But there's a number of options, and then there's also traffic studies that we would be required to do prior to implementing the TK8 model.
And then just again, to go back to the TK8 programming, a lot of that is really driven by parent preference, and parent interest in having their children attend a TK8 school. In looking at the survey data that was provided to the committee, our families that responded to that survey, overwhelmingly, the program area of interest for a K-8 was in STEM or computer science. That was definitely of interest. So that would be programming planning that we could bring back. Of course, we have a lot of existing partners in Silicon Valley area to be able to lean on to be able to provide, some innovative classes throughout the day and after school. In terms of looking at, you mentioned potential poaching within the district or outside the district, right? So we would be looking at designing a neighborhood TK8, so it'd have neighborhood requirements first, unless the board wanted to look at a lottery system or an open enrollment for that site. That's another option. But given our boundary line reconfigurations, we would probably recommend to do a neighborhood school first, and then do a layered approach to admission to the site. But there's different ways that you can go with that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from the board? Ms. Black?
What is the meaning of a neighborhood school, please?
Neighborhood school is students who live within that boundary have first rights of attendance.
What schools were two middle schools were the ones ranked first and second for TK8?
Was Sierramont and Piedmont. The reason for Morel being removed from the list was because it was way out of the financial realm.
Right, okay.
Any other questions from the board? 30 seconds to gather your thoughts. Any other questions?
Can we also get an upfront cost? I know if we were to go towards the TK to 8 model, there would be some cost to make the schools, especially middle schools, capable of handling our elementary schools, for example, playgrounds, bathrooms and such. How much would that cost, upfront cost? And would it fit the timeline because of the consolidation process?
Okay.
And I believe that those numbers are in the report. I believe to convert Sierramont was 2.4 million approximately.
Piedmont was 2.6.
Yeah, Piedmont 2.
To make it fit for elementary school students?
Yeah, because you'd have to reconfigure classrooms and like, for example, here, this space would be changed up, add a playground.
Okay.
And I believe from Morel it was around 8 million.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have schematic designs again, so Tony Conestab, our bond director, worked on that and can get more in detail of showing you the type of work that would need to be done to make those changes.
So say we, go with a TK to 8 model and select either Sierramont or Piedmont. With the schools for closure, since it's going to be a neighborhood school, with the schools targeted for closure, at least the ones kind of currently feeding into that middle school right now?
That would be the natural course. You would look at the middle school site that you've selected, and then you would go and look at your neighboring feeder elementary sites and go through that process of deliberation.
And so right now we have three schools, right, feeding into each element or middle school?
At least we do have some elementary sites that split across 2 middle school locations.
So then it would change the elementary school rankings that were currently recommended by the committee?
Well, that's why we listed 5 of them, is so that based on the conversations that you have, you'd be able to, again, it's just a recommendation, and depending on what you decide to do, you'd have the flexibility to do whatever you think is in the best interest of the community.
So let's say we do go towards the TK through 8 option. Can we kind of just also get a high-level projection on what the neighborhood schools would be? I'm assuming Sierramont would probably be a Ruskin or a Cherrywood element neighborhood schools, and Piedmont would be what, a Toyon, Noble, Summerdale?
You have Toyon, Summerdale that are on the list from the committee.
Okay, that's neighborhood schools.
Right.
And then everyone else would be, I guess, would be opened up to whatever, the lottery or whoever.
Well, and again, that's depending on how you want to do admittance, but when we show you the schematics, we also took detail on what the capacity of each school could be. So you look at existing enrollment to see how many students could fit in that new configuration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's kind of similar to the question I had earlier. So say, we were to view Piedmont as a TK at 8. There's no guarantee that all the students that currently feed into Piedmont would then end up at Piedmont if it was a K to 8 school. So they could potentially go to another middle school.
Potentially.
Another elementary school as opposed to the combination school.
So potentially, again, it just depends on which site you want to include, and depends on the current capacity of those elementary sites. We do have some sites that are really low in number where you may be able to capture quite a few within that same existing boundary.
And how about the staffs? Would they then be split among other schools, or would they all go kind of to the same school?
So we have a transfer process, and I'll let Mr. Cabrera answer that question.
Yeah, the criteria for transferring teachers for school closures include several criteria, and one of them is giving them the first opportunity to transfer to any open position. Also giving them priority to move to where their students are moving into, and I believe that answers your question.
Question about some of the criteria items. When talking about programming, there we have some unique programming at one of our schools. Cherrywood has a Mandarin immersion. How much of a, was there any discussion surrounding that program and, the impact of, basically uprooting the program and moving it to a different school? Were there any concerns from our committee members, and how were they addressed? And, based on experiences from other school districts, how they handled that move? How was the discussion surrounding that?
So yes, we did discuss specifically the Mandarin immersion program. We ultimately came to the decision that we would be able to move it to another school, but some of the concerns and debate that came of that conversation was the way that the program's currently structured, where I don't know exactly how it works, but where they're mixed between the Mandarin class and the English class, and then they switch teachers. That, there was concern about how that would look at another school. And we did have one of the members of the committee is a teacher in that program. And so ultimately we did come to the decision that we could move it to another school. Yes.
So as a board, we were provided with kind of, I guess, a scattergram of where the students kind of live. Is there a way where we could get one for the Mandarin immersion program students to see where they live, to see how, do most of them live in the Cherrywood area, or are they outside of Berryessa, or do you live on the school sites?
We do have that information, because that was also asked by the committee to know how many students were Cherrywood residents versus Berryessa residents versus outside the district. So we do have that data. I don't know if we have that readily available, but we can bring that back.
Yeah, so
I'm also interested in that, so we'll give you some time to gather that data while we field more questions, Ms. Blackwood.
So we have that data right now, and so I can share that. So currently, there's 277 students in the Mandarin immersion program. 44 of those students are current Cherrywood resident students. There's only 38 students that come from outside of the district. The rest all come from other attendance areas within the district. So the most being actually from the Vinci Park area of 54 students. So we do have that breakdown by school site, but the majority of them come from Vinci Park attendance area. And then next is from the Cherrywood attendance area and so on. But they're mostly from outside of the Cherrywood area.
So these students that you're speaking of are students that are going to Cherrywood right now?
Correct. They're current Cherrywood students.
Okay, now if we were to close certain schools, 3 of them, just say elementary, 3 elementary schools, then these students will be accommodated by other schools nearby. They can be accommodated because there are seat capacity, am I correct?
Yeah, so the goal would be to move the Mandarin immersion students, the whole Mandarin immersion program to another school site, and then the students who are not in the Mandarin immersion program would then be relocated based on, how we redraw the boundary lines for the Cherrywood area.
Right, thank you. Could you repeat the number of students that are going to Cherrywood, and at the same time, they are the residents within that school neighborhood?
So the amount of resident Mandarin immersion Cherrywood students is 44. And then So the Mandarin program has 277. The entire school is about 525 or so. So it's roughly, it's a little more than half of the school is Mandarin immersion students, and 44 of them live in the Cherrywood attendance.
Within the Cherrywood neighborhood?
Correct.
Only 44?
Correct.
Without the Mandarin immersion program, would it be true that the Cherrywood enrollment would probably be lower than 21?
Currently it would be roughly the size of Toyon, with it projected to go down, I believe, in a couple of years to 230 to 220 to 230 resident students or so.
So would Toyon be projected to be going lower, or which would be projected to be our lowest?
Toyon's projected to go down to about 190.
90, and then Cherrywood without the Mandarin students, just resident students, will they be projected to go? I know we'll probably get it later by Mr. Williams.
Right. Yeah, you'll see that tomorrow during Mr. Williams' presentation, but it's approximately 230 students or so projected at Cherrywood in a couple of years.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. The Mandarin program at Cherrywood, we know that there is a program at Sierramont, am I correct?
Correct, we have 6th and 7th grade there.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that it's still going on wonderfully. Thank you.
That's a good point. So if, since Sierramont is up there for a potential TK8 model, how would the Mandarin program be impacted if we were to merge a different elementary school into Sierramont? Would that have any impact on the Mandarin immersion program at Sierramont specifically?
So again, that depends. So at Sierramont, you have multiple sites to choose to merge. So it would depend on whether, which elementary site you wanted to merge into Sierramont Middle School. And then, so for example, if you were to say Cherrywood, which is where I think you're asking that question.
Well, because it's number one on the list.
So that's an option. If you did that, then you would be consolidating your dual immersion program there. Now, the Mandarin dual immersion elementary program currently operates 10 classrooms. It's a large program. And it would occupy quite a bit of space over at Sierramont Middle School, not lending itself to much extra space for English-only classrooms.
I have a question.
And again, we have the schematics for that can get into that detail to show you the number of classroom spaces that would be available.
Yes, does Ruskin Elementary School have the capacity to accommodate more students within the Mandarin program?
Ruskin does. They're one of our larger campuses, and so they would have room to accommodate the 10 Mandarin classrooms, but not necessarily the entire school of Cherrywood.
That would mean that the Cherrywood students will have to go somewhere else, hopefully nearby, correct? Yeah, I got it.
I am a little concerned about the Mandarin program, and that's the reason I brought it up, because we know the challenges we faced in putting such a program together. It's to our district, it's very new, and the school side as a whole, the school community as a whole, has worked really, really hard. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears, I know. I think more tears than anything else, but we are at a point where they're very, very well established. I know they've received numerous commendations. The reason I brought it up is because some of our other programs, comparatively in the district, has been running for quite a while. Maybe 10, 15 years or more. And we know what to expect with a potential move to a different site. But from my perspective, and the reason I brought that up is, from my perspective, Mandarin program is still in regardless that it's been ongoing for 6 or 7 years, 6 years. It's still in its infancy, according to me. It's still a little raw. And all my worry is we're approving potentially approving a award-winning program that is starting to settle down, starting to gather some steam, gather some recognition. I know that we had national recognitions. We had people from all over the world come and review our program. My worry is, we don't want to disturb that thing, and it's not to say that I don't trust our staff or our school community that would receive that program. But my worry is we will lose that momentum. And had this been running for maybe 10, 12, 15 years or something like that, situation would have been different. I don't think we need to think twice. Some of our successful programs are running for a while, and we know, none of the movements will not matter because we have the same level of expectation and education across all school sites, and all these staff members know what to expect. But this seems to be a little bit, it seems to be a little unique experiment, if you will, in our school district, and it has been a very, very successful experiment. So I'm kind of surprised, first of all, that there's not more emphasis, or more discussion, or more feedback, or whatever you want to call it, on that specific program in this particular school site. And all my worry is, if we, at this point in time, specifically, I will attribute that, I'll have that attribution is at this particular point in time, if we, do anything with the program, like moving it elsewhere, I am worried, about how well it will continue to do, and how well it will do. That's all my worry, which is why I wanted to find out what was the conversation surrounding that specific programming, and it looks like we touched upon it, but did not delve deeper into that. What the programming, how the programming came to be, and what the structures and so on. Like I said, it's very unique to our district, which is one of my concerns about moving it elsewhere, losing the momentum. Again, I will once again I add that attribution. 10, 15 years, if we had this program, we might be able to say yes, we know what to do. And also, I think Cherrywood is a SEAL certified. All staff members are SEAL certified. Is that correct?
SEAL trained. Not some are in the process of getting trained, but they're going K5, K5
Right.
with SEAL.
So we have, if we decide to consolidate that school to a different site, for the sake of argument only, because they are in the same family, we have Cherrywood and Ruskin, and there's a question asked about capacity at Ruskin. If we decide to consolidate with Ruskin, or close and move to Ruskin, are all staff members at Ruskin also SEAL certified currently? So we lose that value proposition there, don't we?
But we can expand No, Ruskin is not a SEAL location. We have other sites that are SEAL sites, but we've been expanding SEAL training, so if that was the direction of the board to do, we could do that.
Right. So, correct me if I'm wrong again, Dr. McCrary and Dr. Fernandez. So the manual immersion program is included in that SEAL certification. Right? So it's part of that SEAL. So if we do decide to move it elsewhere, okay. So let me ask you this in a different way. So if we do decide to relocate that whole program, so will all these SEAL certified teachers move along with it?
So no, as Mr. Cabrera shared already, he shared the transfer provisions, and we can share that with you again. And I think, as we think more deeply about this, there's time to prepare for, depending on where the board all decides to land in consensus on, what are those program supports that you'd want to have at every school site. That is the board's prerogative to identify what those areas of focus can be at each school.
The reason what I ask about the accommodation, the capacity seating at Ruskin, to the possibility of moving the Mandarin program there is because it's close to Sierramont, and Sierramont already has a Mandarin program that they can just fit into it as they grow older. That's just my, that was my main thinking.
Right. I appreciate that. All my worry is about, right now moving that program anywhere, because to me, from my perspective, from whatever I've learned about the program, based on the presentations that they provided during their visit, what was the NCLS? Can you help me with the abbreviation there? Was it NCLS?
That was the National Chinese Institute
Correct,
that
yes.
came out to visit.
Right. So I was there when they presented to the group, and I understood a little bit more about what all went into putting this program the way it is structured right now at Cherry. So all my worry is at this point, my worry is it still feels a little raw. It still feels that it's in its infancy for us to potentially relocate, and which is why I was surprised to see Sherwood land at the top over there. So those are my concerns on that. Capacity-wise, I do understand. I don't see any problem with that. But yeah, that's where I'm coming from.
And again, your discussion doesn't end here.
Yeah.
There's still time for more discussion on today's agenda. We do have it structured for Q&A for the committee, just based on our basic report that was initially provided. But also, you still have time for public comment, and then come back for any additional discussion or additional information that the board would like to receive in an upcoming meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it.
That includes those? Or do you want them?
Before the next agenda item, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Let's go ahead and find our seats. We will be reconvening shortly. That's only when I reconvene. Please go ahead and find your seats at this moment so we can reconvene the meeting.
That's the hard part with having recess.
All right, let's settle down. We'll now reconvene the special meeting of the Board of Trustees. Thank you for your patience. As a kind request, I understand that our voices are not projecting well in the back. So if you can keep the conversations to a minimum, and if you do need to speak, please step out and have a conversation, and please come back in so people in the back can hear what we're saying. So the next agenda item is public comment on our agenda items. Do you have anything to say, Dr. Fendis, or just my item, right? Okay, all right. So prior to calling for public comment, I want to begin by acknowledging the challenges involved in this process of consolidating schools. Is among the worst things a board can undertake. It's a very, it can be an emotional journey. It can be difficult to fully grasp the scale of it. I want you to keep in mind this effort began in 2022, as we saw in the presentations, with the establishment of our Budget Stabilization Committee, and this is a continuing work of that. It reflects our commitment to addressing the district's financial realities. It's unfortunate that we are in the situation that we are in the situation right now. We need to preserve services to support our students, give them more opportunities. As we review the committee process and the critical information, I'll ask everyone to remember our shared purpose to ensure that all current and future students of Berryessa community receive a quality education. Let's keep this meeting respectful, constructive, and focused on the facts. Berryessa has always had a strong reputation of maintaining decorum, for being thoughtful and respectful, and for setting a positive example for our children. Many of them are in the audience today, and I'm sure many of them are watching online too. With that, I'll open up for public comments on our agenda items. All right, so I'll go ahead and read the speaker conduct at this time. Okay. Speakers are requested to state a name and affiliation for the record. Each speaker will be usually given 3 minutes to address the board. And I'll take a pause here. We have about 33 cards. 3 minutes each would be about an hour and a half. What does the board feel about that? Maybe cognizant of everybody's time as well as the parents in the audience.
So usually we, during our regular board meetings, we limit total comment on one topic to 20 minutes. Is that the case this time, or?
That is in your policy, but it's your discretion as a board to extend that time.
Okay. Well, I would propose extending the time, to allow everybody to speak, but maybe reducing the time, because obviously, that would be at least an hour and a half of just public comments. So I propose letting everybody speak however long it takes, but just reducing maybe the 3 minutes to something a little bit less.
Would 2 minutes okay? That would be just about an hour.
How many speakers do you have again?
There are 33 cards at this moment.
Okay.
So that would be about an hour, just about a little bit more.
Also, I think that there might be someone who might yield their time to the person ahead of them, so all those come
I think your mic is not working.
consideration.
So what Trustee Boyd said is, if anybody would like to yield their time to someone else because they what they wanted to speak about was already covered by someone else, you may also want to do that. But we want to be mindful of everybody's time, including our little ones that are here. It is a school night. So with that, we'll reduce it to 2 minutes.
So I would just say, remind the speaker, yes, you have 2 minutes, but if you can make your comments briefer, I think everybody would appreciate it.
So, all right. So for today's meeting, each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the board, 5 minutes per organization, and the maximum today, we will strike that out. We generally have a 20-minute timeline, but we will keep that flexible. So, we will adjust the amount of time allowed for each speaker to 2 minutes today. So we do that so we are equitable and allow diversity of viewpoints. Let's see. Speakers are reminded to communicate with respect, fairness, and courteousness to each other and to all present. We ask that you not use the name of any district employee in your comments. The board welcomes orderly communication from the public, especially with our children watching. Let's be mindful of our decorum. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for your patience. With that, I'll call up Eli and Ariana as our first speakers.
Hello, my name is Ariana and I'm in 3rd grade and I was just elected to be student council president at Sunnydale Elementary. My friend and classmate Eli would also like to introduce himself and say a few things. Hello, my name is Eli. I'm a student at Sunnydale and over there the principal is great and we learn new stuff every day. I would not be as smart as I am without Miss Tran, Miss King, and Mr. Gashiri, and all the staff at Sunnydale. Nina Sunnydale, thank you.
Beautiful. Good job. Thank you for those comments. Thank you. Next is Dioche Valencia.
All right, my name is Berryessa Valencia. I am representing, today I stand before you to advocate for the importance of keeping Toyon Elementary School. And also to argue against the notion of any school closures. I'm a parent at Toyon Elementary. It is not just a building where our children come together to learn, it's a community hub, a place of growth and development, and a safe home away from home for many students who may not have that support. I'm sure most of you are aware, but not only is Toyon Elementary a Title I school, but at least over 32% of our students who attend are from low-income families. Being of Latino descent, I have done the research. In our district, Toyon has the highest population of Latinos, with about 50% of students in our campus being of Hispanic Latino descent. My daughter being part of that 50%. My daughter has high anxiety, and since she has started at Toyon, the staff has helped her in many ways alleviate any stress and anxiety that she may have. She has built trust like many other of our students. We are lucky that these children are receiving the help and support that they need in order to succeed, not only in their education, but also with their well-being. Our school is important, and it is also a school part of the SEAL program. I could have chose any school in the district for her to attend to, but I chose Toyon. Toyon has so much to offer for their students in regard of education and support, and I'm going to always choose Toyon. The idea of school consolidation may seem like a practical solution to budget constraints
or declining enrollment, but we must consider the broader impact that it could have on all of our students, our families and community, but mostly our students. Closing Toyon Elementary would mean disrupting the lives of these children who have worked so hard to gain the trust and strong bonds with their teachers, their friends, and importantly, the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is Amy G. Amy G.
Okay.
You vote back up.
Okay. Someone else starts. Okay. Okay. My name is Amy G. I have been a kindergarten teacher at Summerdale Elementary School for the last 20 years. I'm here to represent Summerdale. I've also grown up in this community. I went to school in this district. And I've attended all the consolidation advisory meetings except for one. And then all this, so I'm familiar with the process. All the schools in our district are special and valuable to their community. So, needless to say, this closure is not easy. But, so whatever the board decides to do, I will respect that because the process, I know it's not easy. But here I am, I want to speak up about the positive aspects of Summerdale that make Summerdale unique and special. So some of the positive things are, one of the district's goals is to reduce the achievement gap. Summerdale is showing progress toward that goal. This year, Summerdale was recognized as an Educational Results Partnership ERP Honor Roll School for high academic achievement and student success. And this is a direct quote from the BUSD Community Connections newsletter. The ERP Honor Roll utilizes public school student achievement data from 2023 to identify successful schools and districts. Summerdale stands above others in the state because of its demonstrated ability to get students to grade level success and beyond, and a reduction in the achievement gaps among student populations. How do we get this honor? Well, one of the contributing factors is that Summerdale's success is our PBIS program, and that's the Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports. And that's a system established with a structure which provides positive and supportive environment for all students. Summerdale has a strong PBIS program. Oh, and can I speak for my school and have longer? Or no?
10 seconds, I'm going to shut up.
So Summerdale scored a high score of 97% of the tiered fidelity inventory walkthrough. As a result, Summerdale earned a grant to deepen our PBIS implementation. Receiving this grant shows Summerdale's commitment to the PBIS process, and Summerdale continues to show their commitment to improve their PBIS program through a range of supports. Currently, okay, and I'm just going to end it off.
Thank you for your patience.
SUMMERDALE, superstar with my brain and my heart. I will go very far. I'm a Summerdale superstar.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Lau. It's Caitlin Lau. Is it L-A-U or L-U-U?
Hold on. Oh, I can hold her. I just need to hold the cards. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, you can do this. My name is Caitlin. My home school is Brook Tree. I go to Cherrywood. I am learning. I love Miss Jo and Miss Joy. I have friends. I have fun at school events. Learning at Cherrywood involves teachers, my mommy, and me. Please don't close my school.
Thank you for your comment. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Next speaker is Katie Tran. Oh, sorry. Did you still have, did you want to use the rest of your time to make?
Well, I had it for my daughter,
Okay.
and I just want to make
Okay.
sure she had enough time. That was Caitlin.
Gotcha.
But this one is for me.
I understand.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you. Can we reset the counter to 1.5 minutes? Thanks. Gotcha. We'll keep track. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. My name is Katie. My children's homeschool is Book Tree. I am here to encourage not selecting Cherrywood for closure. I have attended 3 different elementary schools, Cherrywood, Toyon, and Majestic. What makes Cherrywood different besides the 844,000 savings? Cherrywood community is a team of staff, parents, and students. Cherrywood promotes students to learn about different cultures. Every month there will be an event where generally led by parent volunteers. Cherrywood involves and encourages students to be responsible. Safety patrol comprised of students and adults. They show up to school early to encourage safety of their peers, their teachers, and their neighborhood. The Cherrywood community takes years and commitment of supportive, passionate parents, educators, and students to build and nourish to where it is today. The community is not replaceable and cannot be created once broken up. I understand we have a $3 million deficit to resolve, but can we do it in a way that will minimally impact our students? COVID has taken and affected everyone. Now we're reconsidering relocating 500 plus students, which is 13% of our elementary students in the school district. So please do not consider Cherrywood for closure, but instead consider integrating other schools into Cherrywood and further grow the strong community. Thank you for listening and your patience and your time.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next speaker is Katie Tran. Katie Tran. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, it says 1 + 1. Sorry.
That's her child.
My mistake. I know you. All right, sorry about that. So next speaker, we have an organization. MyPac representing is Ling Kai Zhou. Okay.
Can I get 1 extra minute because I'm not organization?
Let me get that clarified. So generally we reserve that for.
Your association, but
Yeah,
again,
that's
you're
fine.
you did a reduction to 2 minutes per
Correct,
item.
yes.
So do you want to reduce from 5 to something?
3, yeah, we'll go with 3 minutes because
Okay.
you're part of my pack. You're representing a group of parents.
Yes.
Correct. All right. 3 minutes. Sorry for the confusion. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lin Kai, and I'm the chair of the MyPac, Mandarin Emerging Parent Advisory Council here in Cherrywood Elementary School. Tonight, I'm here to ask you to not close Cherrywood Elementary School. As some community members don't know, the MI program in this school district starts with a grassroots effort. A group of passionate parents, including myself, brought attention to this board members about community need of this MI program 7 years ago. So we went through a lot of community outreach and public debate. And 7 years ago, this board members made the right choice, right decision to start this MI program here in Cherrywood because of the potential success of the school site. So I would like to thank you so much for starting this initiative. And right now, you are going to make a decision again. And the uniqueness and also a successful factor of this MI program is a sales strategy, which some gentlemen don't understand previously. The reason this strategy works is because it requires one-to-one pairing between a Chinese teacher and English teacher. So the student have a chance to switch between two language scenario, so we call it dual immersion. And this model works very well, and our students achieve excellent results, both academically and extracurricularly. And last year, we had this like a nationwide dual immersion conference. They see how success this system being set up in Cherwu. They are pretty impressed. So without consider this SEAL learning strategy, you made the decision to close Cherwu is faulty because they think moving MI out of Cherwu, just move the MI teachers. No, that's not right. You need to move the whole school. It's a whole ecosystem. You need to move those English students along with these Chinese students. So the goal of this school board is to make sure the long-term success of this within this district. And closing Cherwu, you have the risk to basically destroy all those community effort we have been made in the last 7 years. It's a big risk. And also, you are going to convey a very negative message, both within district and outside district. So I'm here to urge all those board members, use your critical thinking, make the right decision like you made 7 years ago. Do not close Cherwu. I'm also invite all the board members to join our monthly MyPack meeting to hear the voice from this community, like teachers, students, and parents. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is it Reverend Lindsay Woods-Wong?
Good evening, board members. I come tonight as a parent of a student at Toyon and a student at Piedmont Middle. I've served on school site councils for both schools and on the district DLAC committee. And I've had kids go through the special ed programs of our district. And I get it. Our church had to recently close its preschool. I understand the grueling decisions that are before you. My concern tonight is especially about equity. My faith demands that we are most concerned for those that are least advantaged in our society. The Title I schools receive special funding for those disadvantaged students. Toyon is one of those Title I schools, as is Piedmont. And serving on school site council, I've helped oversee those funds. At Toyon, it's helped fund a reading intervention teacher. And if you look at the progress, not just the current SBAC results, but the progress of cohorts at Toyon. The investment that we have made, especially over the last 5 years for those students that are most disadvantaged, has been really impressive. Likewise, over $100,000 in Title I funds go to Piedmont Middle. Toyon, if consolidated, would probably go to Noble. Those funds may be lost based on how those students and the populations intermingle. Toyon and Piedmont are also the most high populations of our Hispanic and Latino students in our district. In California, those students have only an 80% graduation rate. And I think we need to be concerned about how this consolidation creates trauma and impacts those who are least advantaged in our society. You have a tough decision before you, and I pray that you really consider those students that, especially at Toyon, that are often overlooked, and we have worked really hard to invest in them, and how this consolidation can affect their mental health and their long-term success.
Thank you for those comments. Next up is Amanda Campana. Amanda? Oh, she's not here. All right, we will put that apart. All right. Next speaker we have is Bobby Evans. I just saw her.
Hi, my name is Bobby Evans. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My children are no longer in Berryessa School District or any school other than college at this time. The consulting firm keeps telling you that there are no uniqueness about any school. They are wrong. Ruskin has its own science lab in a brick building that is funded by parents and community donations and fundraising. The entire school benefits from the science lab. This brick building cannot be moved to another location. It is not a program. Do you know, as a homeowner of 34 years in the Ruskin community, that I have yet to receive any type of communication or flyer informing me that there will be a school closure? No surveys, no communication ever, that this school district has had low enrollment for years. Wouldn't, as a homeowner that pays property taxes, that provides some funding for these schools, be notified? You would think so. But you are sure to send out flyers asking us for our votes and for our money, specifically for Measure K, which I was a part of the Measure K committee and worked with one of the current board members on that committee. Measure K got turned into Prop 2, so we are still paying some funding for you. You send out flyers asking for our votes to be on the board, but no communication, no surveys, no flyers as to actually what's going on financially. It's very interesting. Most of the community was not even aware of this until meeting number 6, finding out on Nextdoor. You owe the homeowners and this community an apology for your lack of transparency and handling of funds. Please consider these closings and find another solution, because clearly, after hearing your discussions tonight, you do not have all the information to make an educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next up is Christian Navarez. Christian Navarez. In the back.
Hello, my name is Christian Navarez. I am a student and the ASV president at Piedmont Middle. I am here today because I believe closing our schools would have a serious negative impact on our students and their families. Piedmont is more than just a building. It is a community where we learn, grow, and support each other. If this closure goes through, it will disrupt not only our education, but also our lives and careers of the families who rely on the school. We risk losing a strong sense of belonging and the close relationships we have built here over the years. I urge you to consider the long-term impacts that this will have on our community and our school. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next up is Vivek Bansal.
My name is Vivek Bansal. I'm a Cherrywood parent. My son is in kindergarten in the Mandarin immersion program. Both my sisters went to Cherrywood, and my parents live a mile away. Unfortunately, I need to speak in favor of school consolidation and closing Cherrywood. I looked through the data from the School Consolidation Committee, and I can't say I disagree with anything. You know, the choices they made will reduce the impact on parents and will save the district the most money as possible. Closing schools is an opportunity to have more money for music teachers, more money for school labs, more money for science, and more money for interventionists, and that can help our students. More underutilized schools means poor education, not better education. Perhaps we can spread more resources and more time and thinking about moving the Mandarin immersion program so that the quality of the education stays true. It's a tough topic, and we are going to lose our community if you close Cherrywood, but wherever we go, we'll make a bigger and stronger one at whatever school we end up at. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next up is Jin Du. First name is Xin. Gotcha.
Hello, my name is Sindu. I'm a homeowner in the Ruskin and Claremont area. I have 3 kids that are attending these 2 schools. So during the pandemic, when everyone had to stay home, we found our house was too small. So we started looking for bigger houses. But unlike many of my friends who took the chance to move to Cupertino or Centerville, we chose to stay here, buy another house, because houses here are quite affordable, and parents here take education seriously, but are not pushing their kids too much. I really enjoy the well-balanced life here, and I'm sure many of Ruskin and Claremont families would share the same feeling. That's why Ruskin and Claremont houses are favored by a group of home buyers. I have several friends who are real estate agents. They told me that a certain group of their customers are particularly interested in Ruskin and Claremont area and call it a hidden gem. So if Ruskin or Claremont is closed, this group of home buyers who value education would turn to other areas like Milpitas. So the housing prices in Milpitas would get a boost, and our Ruskin and Claremont families, our prices would drop significantly. But this is not yet the worst. When there's no demand, we need to compete with surrounding houses who don't have a very famous school nearby. So eventually, when demand remains the same, an increase in supply would cause everyone's house to decrease in value. Have you considered that? I believe that the consulting firm you hired, they should know this, because they are dealing with school-related issues, and they should know top schools are closely related to housing prices, but they chose not to reveal the information.
Thank you for those comments. We appreciate it.
I want to add one more sentence. It is not right to let the whole community to lose billions of dollars just to save a few millions for the school district. It's not right, and I have filed a complaint against them. I suggest you do that too.
Thank you.
To the government.
Thank you for those comments. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Next speaker is Karen Kaczynska. I hope I said that right.
Good evening. My name is Karen Hasimska. I'm a parent of a Cherrywood student and hopefully a future Cherrywood student. Like everyone here, I know that this has been a very difficult conversation to have. I know that many of my community members have put in a lot of work and effort, and I know the board has a very serious decision in front of them. What I want to emphasize today, or what I think is most important to take away from the data with respect to what was considered, is that the data itself needs to be considered in an appropriate way, and it needs to be fully understood. So for the case of Cherrywood, where the data was kind of missing is an understanding of the Mandarin Immersion Program. Now, I know all of you received this electronically and hopefully in hard copy as well. We understand that there have been some confusion points about the Mandarin Immersion Program. We put together a guide to help you understand how the Mandarin program works, what has made it successful, and some of those points of success are that it follows this very distinct SEAL program that pairs up the classes so that there are a one-to-one coordination. That means that the teachers and the children in these classes have been working together to build the success of the program. So you can't just take part of the teachers in the classes and move them without disrupting that relationship that is working and that the model was designed for. You're effectively breaking the model if you're trying to move it without moving the whole of Cherrywood School. And then the other point that I'd like to remind the board that, again, is captured in detail, the reason that Cherrywood is considered and was determined in the first place is because it has the capacity. And really the success of the Mandarin program has shown that we are drawing people from all across the district, and that has led to our positive enrollment rate because we have so much demand for our program. So again, I'd really encourage you, please understand this program before you make a decision about the Mandarin program so that you can make an informed decision based on the data.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you so much for being here. Next speaker is Kimberly Blomquist. Kimberly Blomquist.
大家好，我的名字是朱怡。Good evening. My name is Kimberly Blomquist. I'm a sixth grader in the Mandarin Immersion program at Sierramont Middle School and an alum of Cherrywood Elementary School. One reason I cannot bear to see either of these schools go is they are both well-oiled machines inspired by our teams of the people in these schools. The Mandarin Immersion, or these schools, are special to me because we are one big family. If we were to relocate this program, we would have to start this family from scratch. Last year, the fifth grade MI the majority of the fifth grade MI received the Biliteracy Award. Our teachers have all been amazing in teaching us our language skills and life skills. We need to preserve this established community of Sierramont and Cherrywood. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for those comments. Appreciate you being here. Next speaker is Om Swarup.
Good evening, board members. My name is Om Swarup. 大家好，我叫欧姆 and I'm a fifth grader at Cherrywood's Mandarin Immersion program. Ever since we heard that Cherrywood and other schools are going to be closed, my classmates, friends, parents, and I have been very sad and unhappy. Despite being a non-native student, my teacher and some of my close friends' parents have helped me succeed very well in the Mandarin Immersion program. I have not only learned Chinese songs, poems, culture, but also competed in regional and national level competitions. 我不仅学习中文、歌、诗歌、文化，还参加很多比赛。Considering Cherrywood's MI program has consistently received awards every year, but by considering to close the school, all efforts my teachers, principal, and all the parents put into making our school so well known will all be for nothing. Most importantly, my friends and I have been together since kindergarten and have been looking forward to continue being together and learning Mandarin in Sierramont. And by considering to close Sierramont as well, all of us are deeply heartbroken and shaken. Some of my classmates are considering to go to private school and also considering to move away. I request you from the bottom of my heart to not separate us from each other and our teachers. I speak on behalf of my little sister who is in second grade and cannot think of going to any other school other than Cherrywood. Please do not separate us from people we love and care deeply for. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Well done. Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Stephen Chang. Stephen Chang.
Good evening, board. Thank you so much for your time. I'm actually truly inspired. My name is Stephen Chang. I'm the proud parent of 2 young children at Cherrywood, but before me is actually stand a whole committee and a whole community of Cherrywood. I think, just a correction, right, there were actually 12 classes today at the MI program, but there's actually something about Cherrywood that makes it unique. It's not the MI, it's everyone in Cherrywood, right? You can't really separate MI from Cherrywood and the other way around, right? It's taken 7 years, as I recall, 7 years ago, right, when we started this. A lot of people got together. I'm looking at a few right now on the panel, right? We all worked very, very hard to build this, and the results speak for themselves. Look at the enrollment rates. Look at the community. Look at all the stuff that are not just MyPAC, HSC, all of us work together to build, right? we understand that it's a tough situation, that schools have to be consolidated. I get it. I feel the pain of every parent here. But you also have to look at the data the right way. The way that Cherry has been represented is actually incorrect, right? From a cost perspective, right? If you look at it, this is the one that's actually growing enrollment. It's attracting, it's a magnet, it's attracting folks into our community and is making it better, right? So we need to understand that if we stop it now, the legacy is going to be the lost decade, right? There's a lost decade of economics, the lost decade of stock market. We don't want to have a lost decade of education, especially for an award-winning program like Cherrywood. Again, I'm truly inspired by all of us who are doing it, and I implore the board, please, let's look at all the other options, right? Let's look at all the other places that we can save on costs. But I think that to close this is actually the wrong decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Fong Nguyen. Fong Nguyen.
My name is Fong Nguyen, and I'm a mom of 2 kids at Cherrywood. I, and along with many, many parents, have questions. Why has consolidation been the first resort instead of the last? Where is the evidence that budget cuts, other measures for budget cuts have been tried? Why haven't we looked into requesting state authorization to transfer district property proceeds into the general fund account? Where is the evidence that the district has attempted to increase enrollment and improved our attendance rates at each and every school? Did we track why students left our district to figure out ways to retain them? And did we look at proposing an increase in parcel tax to raise money for our district, just like Milpitas did? They just raised their parcel tax to get $2 million for their school district. Why haven't we looked into that? Moving over 1,000 students and staff costs money. The real pain will be felt when the students that we ask to move leave our district. Our savings that are projected will be drastically slashed, and our deficit grows even larger. Where is the financial details laying out the cost of closing schools? And where is the analysis on how sending students to schools with larger enrollment and would impact their learning or their well-being? This district simply assumes enrollment will continue to trend downward, despite a significant number of housing being added in North San Jose. If projections change, will we then have to reopen the schools and then cause our budget to be even our budget deficit to be even greater? Not once will we ask if schools should be closed, or if we ask, how can we work together to solve the budget deficit without closing schools? We were only asked to select schools to close. And so I ask the board to reconsider that, especially when you're considering a top-performing school like Cherrywood. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next up is Kaya Yan.
I'm a proud Ruskin and Sierra Mountain mom. I'm here to say we need 3 middle schools because if you look at the permanent classroom capacities, Sierra Mountain and Pitt Mountain is about 800. So the current students, the current enrollment is very healthy. If we close one, we will push more students to use the portable classroom, right? And I think the condition of those portable classroom is not as good as the old district office. If the old district office is not good enough for our adults, how come those portable classroom will be a option for the students? Okay, so that's for middle school. If we have to close some schools, and I support the Piedmont Middle School K-8 option, the newly added options, because this location and has the capacity to grow, and this gym and this newly built gym should make it available to more students because the K8 campus will be the largest campus among this district. There's no way to pick a smaller middle school and convert it to a K8 and pack all the students there. So that's the reason. But again, I think we need to keep the 3 middle schools. I shouldn't speak on behalf of Cherrywood, but I have a friend from Cherrywood, and he wants me to say something about his opinion. So you guys already heard all the wonderful things about Cherrywood. I just want to mention the challenge Cherrywood is facing. They don't have enough English students. So some students dropped from the school because they have Chinese teacher teach them English. They're not happy about it. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is Jennifer Stevenson. Jennifer Stevenson. Oh.
Hi there, I'm Jennifer Stevenson. I have 2 kids at Cherrywood. I'm one of those incoming transfer parent families. I came from Stratford Private School this year, and one of the reasons I joined was because I can walk to school, it's right nearby, and the community feeling and relationships that my kids would build if we move to a local public school. So the idea of moving again is really upsetting. I also want to note that I recognize the demographics as a challenge everywhere, but Stratford schools are growing. They actually opened a couple junior schools in Milpitas. They're opening a high school. That tells me that parents are interested in academic performance when they choose a school, which is one of the factors I considered as well. And so I would think that academic performance of the schools is one of the top things that you'd be looking at. And Cherrywood is one of the top 3 in terms of the rankings, your own scoring of greens and so on, that have the best scores in suspension rate, English learner progress, ELA, and math. Also, of course, as a few people have mentioned, that Cherrywood is attracting students from outside the district for the Mandarin program. The report today mentioned you consider closing smaller and underutilized schools. Cherrywood is not smaller or underutilized. It's again in the top 3 in terms of utilization, the only 3 that made over 70% and 500 kids. So that means that you'd be moving 500 kids. And yes, some of them are in a Mandarin program, but it's still 500 kids that are being disrupted from that local school. So I would have weighed that higher myself. So one of the reasons I wanted to talk is that the weighting that the committee used called something called a weighted score, where it wasn't really weighted. Normally weight means you put more weight or more emphasis on that criteria. The weighted score in that report means that criteria happened to have a ranking from 1 to 10. And so the worst school got 10 bad points instead of having 2 bad points like they did for something like academic performance. So when you add it up and you have a weighted score at the top, it's really misleading. And our volunteers did a great job. They're not data scientists. So by giving them data in this way, I think it is misleading. I think it overweighted the 3 cost questions, giving a maximum score of 10 in the total. And I urge you to reconsider that when you look at the rankings of the schools.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Ann Nguyen.
This is highly intimidating. Good evening, and thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Ann Nguyen, and I'm a parent of a first grader at Cherrywood School. I myself went to Laneview, and then I went to Monroe Middle School, and then I went to Independence High School in San Jose State, so San Jose all the way. But the reason why I'm here is to ask you to take Cherrywood off that list. When I looked at the information, the metrics, I was very confused, as Jennifer mentioned. How is it that a school that's performing so well, that has growing enrollment, and is one of the best performing schools on this list at all? I understand that cost is one of your greatest priorities right now, but to close a school that is performing so well, and then also decoupling the Mandarin immersion program from the school itself, that makes absolutely no sense. You've heard from numerous speakers now. The quality of the program is based on the structure of it, which is very hard to move to another campus. And we also have to think about what makes a program successful. It's the administration, it's the faculty to have worked together for years to create what it is today, and it's the community. And to say that we're going to extract just the Mandarin students, Mandarin immersion students, and place it into another school and act as if there's not going to be any disruption, I feel is quite naive. That disruption, who knows what that's going to cause? Will there be dissatisfied parents who decide, I'm going to pluck my student out, take him to another school? Mr. Franklin just talked about the importance of enrollment. If we lose enrollment because we've decided the mandated immersion program can move arbitrarily, I think that's going to hurt our district. It's going to hurt our budget even further. And so I'm here to really emphasize that please don't penalize a school that's performing well and penalize a program that is excelling in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is Karen Luke. Karen Luke.
What's the name?
Yeah, it's you.
Good evening. My name is Karen Luke. I have two children currently in Berryessa. My daughter Rachel in the Mandarin program in Saremont, 7th grade, and Rebecca is in the Mandarin program in 5th grade at Cherrywood. We're a non-heritage family that joined this program. My son was a 10th grader, and he actually came to Piedmont Middle School too. When looking at all the reports and hearing all the data for my middle school child, I heard a lot of things about you guys looked at, presented data about where kids are coming from to go to school, but nothing was mentioned about the after-school programs, what these schools in the area have that are unique. Like Rachel's part of the wrestling team at Saremont, and the fact that, you know, you have the Saremont wrestlers, high school people coming over and working with the kids and interacting with them. I've heard about them, like math students coming over to the high schools. My son comes over here to Piedmont Middle to help with the Chief-Leader Leader Academy. We also got to look at what the after-school programs are, where these kids are going. These are part of all their social networks. Like kids here go over to hang out the library. You know, rural kids go over to Target. Those are all part of growing up. These are why all the middle schools are very important. For my younger daughter, I would just like to say, when you're looking at the Mandarin program, please don't think it's just Mandarin teachers and English only teachers. These teachers all work together. And through COVID and virtual learning, they helped, you know, discover that my daughter needed more assistance for her specific learning disability. And these are all things that they've worked through and established in the program, and they have a system that they're working together. So when you're considering these closing schools, please look at everything, just not like only the data that's presented from you from the consolidation committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Emily Hope. Emily Hope.
I don't have time for self-introduction, but I just want to reiterate the importance that you read the 14-page white paper that Karen painstakingly prepared on how moving and dismantling Cherrywood would have a profoundly devastating impact on our MI program. And I would also reiterate Lin Kai's appeal for each of you to join our upcoming MyPAC meeting on Thursday to discuss how it's impracticable to move the MI program. The fact that Cherrywood has an increasing enrollment despite the low number of resident students is testament to the success of the program, that it can attract people from other home schools and outside the district. And like one of the board members pointed out, the program is still in an infancy stage. Do you really want to disrupt the momentum that we have after we've only had our first cohort of 6th and 7th graders graduate from the program? They started in 2018 and they just graduated. It will be a huge setback to the program. And then switching gears, I am actually quite encouraged by the questions that the board is asking today. One of the board members talked about how Title I funding is impacted with the consolidations. As a finance professional, I'm deeply concerned about the financial analysis that has been done for the estimated savings. It is very one-sided. It talks about how much cost you can save, but it doesn't consider the potential revenue you will lose when students move to private schools if you were to close high-performing schools. Are you sure that closing high-performing schools like Saremont, Ruskin, or Cherrywood will not impact our enrollment numbers? Like, I really urge the board to get the consultants to model out the potential revenue loss to better gauge the estimated savings from each consolidation scenario. That's what you've paid them to do, and you need the right data to make the decision. If not, we'll be back here again very soon to discuss a persistent budget deficit situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Priyanka Upadhyay. Priyanka.
Hi, good evening. This is my first time at one of these meetings. I have spoken at Sunnyvale School District meetings before during COVID. I am today Sierra Mont Middle School mom. My son has just started 6th grade. I'm also a transfer parent, meaning my son has spent 5 years at the wonderful Cherry Chase Elementary School in Sunnyvale. And at age 40, after being divorced a few years ago, I still wanted to buy my first home. And the only place I could afford a home is right here in Berryessa, San Jose. And I put 20 years of my life savings into buying a home here with the hope of my son being able to go to school here, in agreement with my co-parent and my ex-husband that we would support him going to school to Sierra Mont. So now it is both heartbreaking for us as parents and for my son and many other kids like him who have transferred to these schools because Cupertino homes and Sunnyvale homes are simply not affordable to many, many of us. And so I think this is very important. I have 3 main questions from what other parents brought up. The consulting firm's data, I feel, is not holistic. They have only considered past data and not future trends. They have made assumptions that are not valid and not logical. I have worked for Capgemini, a global consulting firm, working with clients, with big brands, and I know the transparency and hard work it takes to be a good consultant. I do not see these consultants as good consultants from everything the other parents have shared with me, from the way that the data was shared, represented, gathered, collected, and analyzed. So I request all of you to take this with a grain of salt, and I beg for more time for this work to deserve the time and attention that it gets. I think I have only 20 seconds left. So the other thing I'll say is enrollment data. I know this is a problem. However, inter and intra-district transfers have been consistently denied and discouraged since the past 4 or 5 years. And I demand why this is the case. If there is low enrollment and I was part of the school committee or member of anything of the kind, I would have done everything in my power to increase enrollment and not denied enrollment. So this is my personal experience and the experience with many parents, that these denied inter and intra-district transfers, and I want more answers here. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I understand the emotions are raw, but I remind everyone to be respectful in your commentary. We want to have a productive conversation tonight. We're looking forward for your inputs. With that, we'll go with the next speaker, called Scarlett Rose.
Good evening, board member, teachers, students, and parents. I'm a parent of of 3 children that graduated from Noble, from Piedmont Middle and Piedmont High School. I currently am a co-den leader for Scouts, and I see a lot of students flourish from a lot of the Bay Area schools. I have a couple questions. The Berryessa School District would not renew Milpitas Christian's lease that was leasing the Berryessa Birchwood property. They were paying $65,000 a month. That's $780,000 a year. Why did the district choose to stop that revenue? Where was the Birchwood yearly property revenue allocated to? Will or can they sell the land? Can they use the profits toward keeping the schools open? What will happen to the Birchwood campus and other school properties that are considered to be closed in the future? Also, the district wants the schools to consolidate without raising the teachers or the staff salary. Why not consolidate some of the superintendents that make $300,000 to $200,000 plus a year? Where is the transparency of where the district money is going? Why aren't the voices of a parent worth an hour and a half of your time? Aren't the future of the children worth an infinite amount of time? Also, the advisory committee is looking for a school that has unique qualities, when the fact is crystal clear that each child that goes to every school is unique. Look for alternative solutions such as parcel tax and other options. Don't close any of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Nina Seth. Nina Seth, please.
Good evening, board members. I'm a community member. I have spoken previously at the board meeting. I am an alumni of both Ruskin and Sierramont, and my parents still own a home in the area. It is absolutely devastating to hear that Ruskin and Sierramont are on this list. I can tell you right now, 3 things I want to bring up. You talk about a survey. I surveyed my neighbors. I've got signatures from my neighbors. None of my neighbors knew about this. They're mostly, I'd say 75% of my neighbors are seniors. They're homeowners, people that have been here 30, 40, and 50 years. So when we talk about surveying the community, I want to know who was surveyed, how they were surveyed, in what languages they were surveyed in. None of my neighbors knew. I only found out Labor Day weekend on Nextdoor. That is appalling. And that is absolutely appalling that people that have lived in this community for decades had no idea. And this is going to have a devastating impact. What are we going to do? The question I also have is, why aren't we looking at alternatives? Why are we not looking at alternatives? Thirdly, we talk about, and I'm going to echo what Bobby said and other people are saying, if we close top-ranking schools, mark my word, people will choose private. I have neighbors. One of my neighbors is sending their younger child to Ruskin. His older sister goes to private school. I can guarantee you, if you close Ruskin, both those kids are going to be in private. And that is probably the case for a lot of young couples that have moved to go to top-ranking schools in this district. They're not going to wait around. I have also read research that says that the year the school closure takes place, as well as the next year, academic performance goes down. Those children need their community, they need their teachers, they need everything that they have in their current schools. There's absolutely no reason to close any of these schools. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Very good. Next speaker is Mrs. Ward.
Hello. I grew up in the Berryessa School District. I went to Toyon, Piedmont Middle, and Piedmont Hills. And as a mother of a Majestic Way and a Sierramont student, I'm also a mother of a student with an IEP and a 504 plan. Someone on the committee mentioned earlier if anybody reached out to the community about possibly keeping all 3 middle schools open. And the answer to that was no. There was one survey and there was no communication from the district for who live in this area about the school closures. For the families that live in the Piedmont Middle School area, we did receive a letter about the $10 million grant that was approved for the gym that we are in right now. So I'm asking for you to please review the idea of the TK through 8 option versus closing a middle school. Sierramont Middle School is the largest school in the district with 677 children. The enrollment numbers would be higher if the district allowed for the inter-district transfers, which they stopped 2 years ago. You are asking for 677 kids to move, these are the children that went through COVID, the 3rd and 4th graders who had their elementary years disrupted. Now you're asking to move these same kids the year of their 8th grade year, which they are all looking forward to. My recommendation, if it means anything, would be to do the TK through 8 option with middle school, Piedmont, and Toyon and Summerdale being the option since the communities are right next door to each other, and there wouldn't be much disruption to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is Amit Sevak. Amit? Oh, there you go.
To the school district and the board, thank you. I appreciate this minute and this time. Thank you, everybody, and the parents for being here. I'm a proud parent of 2 children, at Lakeview Elementary. Let me tell you something about being a parent in any community. It's not the immersion programs, not the programs that just are there. My kids are in the Indian immersion program, they're in the Vietnamese, Cambodian immersion program, then the Latino immersion program, and that all comes from the cohesiveness of the education system, and that's provided by the educators in those schools. Nothing is solely singled out as being more successful than the other. The second aspect to that is when we look at the meritocracy of what we are using to make our assessments, folks, we're using a decision process for a consulting organization that hasn't done a good job of what we're really evaluating ourselves against. It's very clear, based just on one community in one school giving their outbursts and their comments and, their feels for it. That's very fair. I think the second thing about this process that we need to understand is that at the end of the day, we have to have awareness within our community to be participative in this process. A lot of us feel left out of this. We are disjointed. We are looking to you to make decisions, but we're not part of that process anymore. How does that make anybody feel if you go to your physician and you're not part of that process? This is cultivating future. Benjamin Franklin said the best investment you can ever make is education. It pays the highest interest. Look at our school districts. That's what we want from you. So consider the totality of your actions and its repercussions in the long term. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And once again, before I call our next speaker, I do understand your emotions, but please be respectful in your commentary. We want to get positive feedback and critical input from the public today, which is the purpose of this special board meeting. With that, I'll call upon Susan Wong. Is it? The writing is not very clear. It's W. Yeah, that's you.
Hello. Yes. Good evening, board members and all the neighbors. My name is Susan Yang, and I'm living in the neighborhood of Ruskin, Sierra Mont, and also my kids are attending Cheryl's and my program. So today here I have just give out two comments about the school closure. So first is about the foundation. There's a why we're closing because we project that the enrollment will keep going down, but actually this assumption is not solid. So including today's presentation, I noticed that all the data stop at 2022 because that is the lowest point of the enrollment. But this number, the enrollment number, actually increasing for the continued 2 years later, which means 2023 and 2024. So for these 2 years, the number coming back and keep stable. So the assumption that the number will drop further is not solid. This is the first point. The second point is about the middle school. So currently, based on the data provided by the consulting firm, there are 3,000 capacity for the students. But for the current middle school students, they are over 2,000, around 2,050. So imagine if we take out one of the school, which means that this 2,000 and there will be 50 students have to overflow to, nowhere. So it's not fair for our students. They have to fully pack in 2 schools. That's not fair. So I think that's it. So that is my point. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Jay Zhao. J-I-E. I always mess up your name. Not here. Okay. All right. We'll move forward to our next speaker is Luna Liu.
Good evening, board members. My name is Luna. I'm a Ruskin mom.
And during the last board meeting comments, I talked about my questions with the consulting firms. I'm not gonna repeat it today. Tonight, I want to urge you to reconsider the decision of closing one of our middle schools. We only have 3 schools here. If any one of them is closed, we can't have it open back. And then I proposed at least to postpone the closure, and instead of conducting a thorough survey of all current 5th grade parents. The survey helps us understand the preference and the potential impact of closing a particular school. Because I heard many middle school parents telling us that they couldn't enroll in Sierra, so they sent their kids to private schools. And by opening that survey and to see if we could maintain those parents in the middle school and and increasing the enrollment of the middle school by doing that. And then also, I understand that school closure may be inevitable, but as many other parents already mentioned, closing those top schools here may causing a decrease of the enrollment further than others. Probably we will have to face this crisis or the deficit again in a few years if we made that decision. So please do make a decision that preserves our education excellence and also keep these families and invest in our public systems. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Jessica Bustos.
My name is Jessica Bustos. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader at Ruskin and a 7th grader at Sierramont. Thank you, Board President Jay, for raising the question concerning what justifies a special program. I want to share, again, a testimonial from Jeannie Izant. She was the educator who led the fight for Ruskin's Science Lab in 1995. It serves countless students for as many as, it has served countless students for many years since 1997 when it opened its doors. This is 27 years of dedication to our children. So the comment of it easily being able to relocate is offensive to me. I believe this special program is a foundation of their love for STEM. The parent survey showed that STEM was on the top choice for their preferred special programs. I believe by inspiring the love for STEM and even STEAM very early on in their education carries into middle school and beyond. Ruskin and Sierramont also have multiple students who are successfully competing in math competitions. Their competitors include private schools like Harker, Basis, and Challenger. Last year, the Ruskin team won at state level and went to nationals in Math League. Sierramont students won 3rd and 8th place overall. This is just one example of the success that have come from our established STEM and Science Lab. Our Science Lab was and continues to be funded by our parents, the community donations, and fundraising, and is supported by our school. It has 2 dedicated teachers, and it's a real physical building. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is Eileen. Not able to see the last name clearly. Yeah. Lynn? Is it? Oh, okay. I know you.
My name is Eileen. I don't have, all my children are grown up, so I don't have any kids go to any of the school here. But I'm the property taxpayer. Nobody notified me of this school closure. Nobody did any survey, with me. And my next neighbors put up a sign say, don't close Sierramont Piedmont. Then I said, oh, what? They're going to close Sierramont Piedmont? So that's the time I started, get very upset. Okay, I know there's a budget crisis, But I'm against close any of the middle school because we only have 3 middle school. If we close one of the middle school, that 300, the other 2 middle school, each school is going to absorb 300 kids. Do you know the traffic? Piedmont, Cropley, Morel, it's going to be very bad in the morning. And and also kids cannot walk to school. Those 600 kids, they cannot walk to school anymore, right? So the traffic is going to be very bad. And then when the parents are driving the kids to school, parents are very stressful. So the kids will not have good experience of going to school. They are not going to have good spirit going to school. So and also kids are going to be late to school. So you will have tardiness. That's very bad. And also, I'm for that merge school to the middle school because the parents are going to take the kids to the school. They don't have to go to different places. One go to elementary school, the other one go to the other way. They cannot handle it. The parent cannot handle it. So I hope you guys consider this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, it says Cherrywood teachers on this. So sorry. We can do 3, I think.
Good
Yep,
evening.
reset the counter to 3 minutes, please. Thank you. You get 3 minutes to speak. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. We are Cherrywood teachers. I'm Trisha Pham.
I'm Cindy Jo. I'm Lei Liu.
And Betty Chen. We feel compelled to speak and clarify the dual immersion Mandarin and English program. Cherrywood is not comprised of 2 programs. Our students are integrated as one school. We are not 2 separate programs. Yes, I think Cherrywood teachers work as a team. We're not a Chinese school, but a dual immersion program. Teachers spend 7 years to integrate the program, to trust each other as a real partners. Trust me, the integration was not always joyful. We had hard discussions, tears, and sweats. And the English-only teachers also benefited from this program. We have lots of stories to share, and you're welcome to come to us if you would like to hear any of that. And if Cherrywood were to be closed, we would have start over again to build up the trust and the integrated dynamic, which took years to build. Thank you.
I want to bring to your attention one of the criterions from the advisory committee was if programs could be readily or easily replicated. And the Mandarin Immersion Program is not something that was built in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. It took us a full 7 years for teachers to work together endlessly. English teachers, Mandarin teachers, we switch. We share our students share the teachers. This is an integrated program that cannot be separated. And to hear the board to discuss questions about, oh, the MI program is how many kids and the other group is how many kids is really heartbreaking for our community. So please consider thinking about us as one whole school because we are a community and we welcome and invite you to come and see that we are one community and one school. The lastly I'd like to bring to your attention is 2 other considerations, and that is what about families who have a student or a child in the Mandarin immersion and another in the English program? Are they going to have to choose or be split up? And lastly, another parent had spoken about COVID having an impact where their 7th grader may not graduate with their 8th grade friends next year. Same situation. Our 4th graders this year, they started kindergarten during COVID. It took them years to build that community of relationships with their friends, and now they're going to potentially graduate 5th grade without their friends. please think about their mental health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Jin Wong. Shin exam. Yep.
Hi. Good evening, everyone, and board member. So I'm a father of a childhood student. My family is still currently in second grade. My job basically is dealing with the data every day. I heard we have a measure criteria to consider how to dealing with this cost problem, like we want to close a school, but I don't see anyone really talk about the cost of each individual solutions. And for me, I see a high enrollment rate at the childhood. I see successful in the program at the childhood. In my opinion, I think we should find out a long-term solution instead of just a short-term solution, like, oh, we just choose a school to close. And moreover, I think emotionally, every parent of a student, they don't want to close their own school. They like their school, they love their school. That's a community. And myself, I also volunteer at the school, so I have a strong emotion to the childhood. So emotionally, I don't think anyone want to close their own school, but we also need to talk about the data, right? We want to have a best solution to basically solve this current scenario short of funding. So we should have a more successful program in our whole district, and so that we will attract more students. Let's say when we talk to our neighbors, we will recommend the immersion program, and they will consider enrollment to a public school instead of going to a private school or going to a Christian school. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our last speaker today is Vivian Zhang.
Today I want to speak up for childhood. So, my son has attended childhood for 3 years, and he loves his school, and he loves his friends, he loves his teachers. You cannot imagine how happy he is every day he goes to school. And even on the holidays, he tells me he wants to go to school. And I don't think it is a good idea to create a K-8 school. You know, for the middle schoolers, they are almost as big as adults. And the younger kids in the lower grades of elementary school, they are maybe like half as big as the adults, right? Can you imagine if you go to work every day, your coworkers are twice as big as you are, or if you drive on the highway, the other cars are all twice as big as your car. It's not safe, right? And it's scary. And the younger kids, they are not only physically less mature than the older kids, and also they are mentally much less immature, right? So I think you do not keep the 1-year-old in the same school with a 10-year-old, right? It is the same logic. And third, I think you need to, when you close childhood, you cannot evenly distribute all the kids to nearby schools, right? Because you need to keep all the Mandarin immersion kids together, right? So it's going to be a lot of work. So this is really very, very important to consider. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Thanks to everybody that spoke today. Thank you for being here. Board, thank you for your patience. I know I'm a little liberal with my timekeeping here. I just wanted to hear everybody's opinion, and I appreciate it. Thank you all for your patience also. All right. We will move on to the next item in the agenda, review and discussion. Dr. Fuentes, this is my item.
If we can go to the last slide, Kim. Oh, that one, right there. Thank you. So again, this does not conclude the board's opportunity to continue to deliberate regarding the best options for the district. What we have here again is various options that can be brought forward to the board in terms of thinking through various scenarios that may be best in serving our students. You see there you have option A, which was the initial proposal that was brought forward to the committee, which was consideration of closing 2 elementary schools and 1 middle school, with the amount of savings that that would bring forward to the district. Again, during conversation with the committee, there was the thought of a creation of a TK8, which was option B, closing 2 elementary schools and merging an elementary school with a middle school. There's savings attached to that, and as was discussed earlier this evening, there's additional investment that goes into that option to reconfigure the middle school site. And then, of course, another option here is to not consider any of the middle schools and to just stay focused on elementary school site selection, and there's to meet that savings of the $2.5 million that we're trying to capture, the closure of the 3 elementary sites. So similar to option B without reconfiguring a middle school. So we know that the night has gone long. We've heard a lot of information. And we, again, though, also want to hear from the board any additional information you may need that staff and I can bring to you in an upcoming meeting to help your continued thinking about what might be the best solution.
Questions, comments on the board? How do you feel about the time? You still okay with the time? I'm okay with the time.
I can also review information from the prior discussion that I've already captured here that the board has requested for additional information. And if there's anything else you want to add to that, we can also bring that back to you. What I have here is there was a question early on regarding Title I analysis of funding and what that impact would be and what that would look like based on different schools that might be considered. I also have here a question regarding the cost for reconfiguration and exactly what would that look like. I have here the configuration schematics wanting to be reviewed so you could actually see, well, at Piedmont, for example, how would that physically look on site? Same with Sierramont. I also have that there were questions regarding the Mandarin program and the instructional model to bring back more information on that issue.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, so I have a couple. So for the merging 1 elementary with a middle school, so you have some information you're going to gather regarding what that's going to look like. Will that include? Will that just be about what the site itself is going to look like, or what other schools would be affected if we were to select one or the other?
So the school site selected is to the discretion of the board. So what we have those, we do have schematics for each middle school. We can share with you the amount of students it has capacity to grow, to extend to the TK8. And then depending on the elementary sites that we want to look at, we can let you know whether or not they can merge and fit appropriately or not.
Okay. Also, so we have 3 options there. Do we want to, as a board, eliminate any of those options and narrow it down to 2 or even 1? Or do we want to keep all 3 open?
As of right now, I think they're all on the table, according to me. Very interesting point about the K8. We of course we have K8, or I don't know, they're TK8, K8 in the area that are successful. I think Orchard School is one of our, they're not our school, but one of the schools in the area that is a successful K-8 program. And, it'll be interesting to see how that structure works out. And I think that feeds into your point about presenting the schematics of how the campus might look visually in one of the two campuses that are shortlisted here. But definitely there are more questions, more ponderings, if you will, more things maybe we didn't think about. So far, I think we have got some amount of feedback from the community today. Maybe we want to take some more time to think about those options and meet again at a future meeting and come up with more questions if there are any other questions. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I had just some maybe some responses to some of the questions posed during the community or during the comment section. One was about the Birchwood campus and kind of what happened there. I know you went over it, staff went over it briefly. Can you kind of explain kind of what the situation is regarding Birchwood campus?
Yes, Birchwood campus, which is where the Milpitas Christian School is currently operating from. To be clear to our community, we did not stop their lease. Their lease actually is still active. They have another year and a half on their lease. We are still pending communication from them to let us know formally what their plans are ahead. But of course, it's come to our attention through our neighborhood community that they have decided to stop their school and merge with another private school in another area. And they do provide their rent for their lease on a monthly basis. And these last two months where rent was due, they did not pay their full rent and let us know that they don't have the ability to pay their full rent at this time. And so we are working to engage with them further to understand more what their plans are in terms of staying committed to their lease with us, which was active, but they are now in breach of that contract.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question, that I heard our folks here ask is just outreach efforts, to the community at large regarding our, process for consolidation.
So as we shared earlier, in terms of our communication outreach, we've done that through our own listserv, but of course that's typically through our parent community and anyone else who has joined our listserv, from community-wide that would receive that direct information. When we looked at opening up the committee, knowing that we wanted to try to get as many folks involved in this school consolidation process, we did reach out to Councilmember Cohen to see if we could advertise that opportunity in his newsletter, knowing his newsletter also did outreach across our community. And so he graciously agreed and provided us space through that realm. In addition to that, we also have monthly district updates that we provide at the Berryessa Citizens Advisory Council, which is the connection of the Berryessa Neighborhood Association and the Penitencia Creek Association, and we've been sharing updates there regarding our budget and school consolidation process.
So one question that came to mind is, do we need to have this kind of a big bang approach of either closing 3 elementary or 2 plus doing all those things? Can we model it in such a way that we start with something, whatever the option is, maybe create a TK8 model or something like that, and see how it proceeds, and then bring the next option in. Is that, I know that we have a timeline on it. We have the county breathing down our necks as far as the budget is concerned. But to somewhat soften the blow, so to speak, is there any kind of option, any kind of movement within that, within what we decided as a board to do this, two elementary and one middle? At the time, is there any movement, any flexibility in the way we can structure that?
So you're asking like a phased approach?
Yes.
Okay. So again, remember that our current budget has already accounted for 2.5 million in savings that goes into our multi-year projection this year. And the county, they've are monitoring our decision-making around the cost savings that we need to do for the $6 million. They're monitoring this process. They have requested that once the board received the report from the committee, that they receive a copy of that committee report, just to know that we're moving along based on the recommendations that our Budget Stabilization Committee has made, and we're working through all of those recommendations. As we've said in the past, because I believe this question was asked a few board meetings ago, in terms of the timeline, we have 2.5 million that we need to account for, and we would need to find it in other avenues. So in terms of a phased approach, I would have to ask Mr. Franklin to calculate what that would look like, because there will be a remaining balance that we will need to find reductions for that balance in other areas. And then just keeping in mind that 90% of our budget is in staffing cost, which is also services to students too. So we want to be mindful of that.
The reason I asked that question is that, there are multiple school districts in our county facing similar challenges. We have Alum Rock that went through that process. Franklin McKinley is one more, and I don't know what's going to come off east side there, also in a budget hole from what I understand, the high school district. And I'm sure that the county is looking at all those things, looking at all these school districts facing these challenges. And from their perspective, it's we need to have a balanced budget. We need to have these cost savings and ensure our reserves are healthy and so on. But if we have so many school districts doing the same thing, we have so much of open property out there. We have there's so many things to consider, just not from a financial perspective. We need to look at the community as well, because it's affecting our parents and our students and so on. So, is there any kind of a leeway the county can give us? Can they work with us? Can they work with multiple school districts and help us? Like I said, soften the blow a little bit. See if a phased approach can work. Is there something that we can do at all? I mean, I'm just trying to see if
Sure. And I'll transition to Mr. Franklin so he can share with you the county's review process, because I know in terms of our submission of our budget, you have 3 qualification levels: a positive certification, a qualified certification, and a negative certification. Each level of certification comes with different expectations from the state. Yeah. The county is the overseer of the state, so these are state regulations that they are implementing as they review every school district's budget.
Right, I think I saw that in one of the slides that we, without this savings, we run the risk of state takeover. Is that something?
Well, and Mr. Franklin can explain that process more.
Yeah, so it's a good question. So if we don't realize that $2.5 million in savings plus the additional savings from declining enrollment, we would have to realize those savings in some other way. So if we decided to go with the phased-in approach and we only generate $1 million in savings from school consolidation, we would have to find that $1.5 million elsewhere in the budget. that would be outside of our teaching staff. So we went through this process currently, and if we do not, with all of the savings that I showed in the multi-year projection, that maintains a positive budget certification barely at the 3%. So if we do not have the full amount of savings as shown in the multi-year, we would most likely skip qualified certification and be directly in negative certification, not able to meet our obligations for next year. That just varies depending on how much savings we would find, but and then it would be risk of fiscal solvency issues as soon as our cash is depleted.
Okay. Thank you. So I think the multi-year projection is a key factor is what they're looking at.
Right, and definitely when you're not able to meet that minimum 3% reserve, the level, that certification status adjusts, whether that's in your immediate year, year 2, or year 3. So could you explain further, Mr. Franklin, if that amount is not feasible in year 3, what would our potential status be?
So if we were not meeting financial obligations in year 3, we'd be in qualified status. So if we were able to meet the 3% in year 2, we would still theoretically have some time. However, the county would put a lot of restrictions on us. They would give us, certain parameters that we would be required to meet within the certification process, and a lot of these things are projected savings, and so they could potentially say that they don't believe that those savings will materialize and could change our certification anyhow to negative certification. So that's definitely a possibility.
And the other piece too is when we've seen school districts find themselves in that negative certification status, which comes after the June adopted budget oftentimes. What we've seen is the county comes back and lets you know, now you need to make that difference of reductions by October. They don't give you a longer length of time. That's typically how those reductions, when they see that those reductions weren't previously made, that they have a greater sense of urgency that they need to be made before you move further in to your next fiscal year.
Yeah, so a reminder, back a year ago, we had a conditionally approved budget, or 2 years ago, we had a conditionally approved budget. The county required us to come up with a budget stabilization plan. It had to be submitted to them by October 8th for them to approve our budget, as is, with those projected reductions in the budget, and committing to then detailing what those reductions would be and when they would be implemented, and then they're ensuring that we're staying on that timeline. So that's the monitoring that they've been doing throughout this time.
So we did get a conditional.
That was the reason the board took that resolution for the $6 million reduction.
Thank you for reminding me of that. I do recall discussing that aspect. There was some talk about parcel tax, potentially adding a parcel tax measure. If we do, look into that, what amount of parcel tax would satisfy our budget holder?
You would need a pretty high figure, and I'll let Kevin talk about that. He did briefly mention during his presentation that we did attempt to raise a current parcel tax. That was 2 years ago when it was up for renewal. At that time, we did community polling. We had a service provider come and do the polling for us to see. At that time, we were even just looking for an additional $20. We thought we could raise the parcel tax from current $79 to $99, which would have been incredibly helpful for our district. Unfortunately, to pass a parcel tax, you need 2/3 vote in favor for that, unlike a bond, right? So there's a higher threshold of positive votes that you need to gain that revenue, and the polling came well under what would be required to pass.
And that data was presented to the board and was shared with you because you needed to take action on the amount that you were willing to go out for that parcel tax. So since that didn't poll favorably, but the renewal did, people felt comfortable with continuing with the $79 allotment, we moved forward with that amount versus risking the total amount and it not passing.
In light of where we are right now, in light of all this, all the talk about closure and consolidation, do you envision support from the community?
There would have to be polling done again. That isn't anything that we could really take a guess on. We would have to poll the community to see what that level of interest was. And now we're off an election cycle.
Correct.
So remember that to do a special election, we would incur that entire cost for that.
I think didn't East Side High have a ballot measure for their parcel tax? I didn't track it. I don't know whether it passed or no. They had a $49 parcel tax in this election cycle. I'm not sure how it fared. I need to check check how it is supported, but that would have been somewhat helpful.
And you did have a question, which I didn't answer, about what would that dollar value be for a parcel tax to cover?
Yeah, so currently the current parcel tax is $79 per parcel and it brings in approximately $1.7 million. So it would need to be somewhere similar to that to raise the $2.5 to $3 million. So it'd have to be somewhere around, $60 at least per parcel, potentially higher. And then what we've been seeing too is that the number of opt-outs, because seniors have the ability to opt out of the parcel tax as the community ages. We see a lot more opt-outs and waivers. And then just a reminder that the last time we put the parcel tax on the ballot, which was special election, cost over $1 million. It was about $1.2 million. So essentially that utilized almost the whole first year renewal amount just to be able to put that on the ballot for renewal.
Trustee Jimenez?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that, yeah, that's even just to put on the ballot, it's several, right? Like I was going to say several million. So that's potential that, we might not get that back. So if we, roll the dice and, it doesn't pass, then we're out that money. So now we're in a deeper deficit.
All right, so what's the consensus? Do Ms. Boyd, sorry, I'm interpreting, go ahead. I think you need to share my mic. Your mic is not working.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on. It's on, no? Yeah. Anyway, regarding the board considerations, there are 3 options there. Shall we, as a board, look at it as 3 options, or shall we look at it as 2 options?
Yeah, so that was what I wanted to kind of discuss. I think that, from our discussions, we're looking at more like option A and B, and C we haven't really discussed unless there's there are board members who are in favor of keeping option C on board. But I think at least we could narrow it down, right? I mean, it's a difficult decision regardless, but I think narrowing down from 3 to 2 would be a kind of a step, in the right direction.
I agree with that option A is, that's my opinion is if we want to consider all 3. But for me personally, option A is out.
Trustee Jimenez?
So I was actually thinking A and B, and then C is out.
Trustee Nguyen?
I'm still open to hearing all of them, but I think going back, well, first of all, I want to acknowledge there's a few speakers here, I think, that spoke. I want to acknowledge the passion that they gave. There's a lot of advocacy for one school. I know no one wants to close their own neighborhood schools or the schools where their kids attend to. All of us up here, we recognize that. But on that same note, I also want to acknowledge the hard work and all the time that was spent and given towards the recommendations for the schools that will be considered for potential closure or consolidation by the committee. Out of all the 10 elementary schools, I think the committee got it right with the 5 schools for discussion. I think the ranking is still up for discussion, and but when it comes to that, I think, I'm not sure where the board stands with it, but I think those should be the 5 schools that we should focus on for discussion. The ranking, I know, is still up in the air, but at a minimum, I think that's what we should focus on going forward, unless there's other schools that the board wants to consider, or schools on the list that the board is really adamant against. But at a minimum, I think those are the 5 schools out of the 10 elementary schools that we should consider.
Right. So, thank you for your, Trustee Jimenez, do you have?
Yeah, so I agree, except, so I don't think though, I asked this question previously that really considers option B. So if we do like a combined middle school with an, so basically TK to 8 school, that would affect possibly schools that are not on the list. Is that what I heard correctly from earlier?
Not necessarily, no.
So we could still keep that option and then keep the schools on the list?
Yes. Those would be the schools you would consider for merger.
So while you're thinking about that from my perspective, I'm not inclined to close any of our middle schools at this time, primarily due to the size of the campus. So for me, closing a middle school would not be, I would not be in favor for that, in favor of doing that. That's my perspective. I do like and definitely I want to get more data on how the TK8 model will work, specifically talking about STEM or any what is it called? Targeted program in that particular TK8 school. So option B looks, to me, looks okay. I mean, nothing is okay. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing okay with this whole process. But if we had to capitalize on some of the monies that additional funding and things like that, maybe combining 2 elementary schools and then creating a TK8 model might be a good way to go. That's my opinion.
My opinion is to keep option B as something that we can really think about. I'm not in favor of closing 3 elementary schools, certainly not even 1 middle school. So it seems to me that the only one that would be, even though it's hard, I'm a former educator myself, so I know this is difficult, very difficult. All of us in here will experience this as a very difficult decision. Option B seems to be, for me personally, seems to be something that I can really think about. I don't like it either way, but we are facing a situation that's a very difficult situation for all of us.
So with option B, it says close 2 elementary and merge 1 elementary with a middle. That would mean 3 elementary. We are impacting 3 elementary.
Correct.
Is that your understanding too? So we will end up impacting 3 elementary anyway.
I will end up backing, I'm sorry, what?
So with option B, it says to close 2 elementary and we're merging 1 elementary with the middle.
Yes,
That would impact 3 elementary schools.
Yes.
Yeah. So you, Ms. Boak, if I heard you right, so you do not want to close 3 elementary schools, but you're okay to merge.
I'm okay with the merging of the TK to a middle school.
So with the TK8, is there a scope? Oh gosh, where's the list? Is there a scope of bringing in 2 elementary schools into TK? Is there space? Today, and for future growth.
That could be an option depending on the middle school site. So that's information we can bring back to you. So since the board all seems to have an interest in learning more about TK8,
Yes.
we can bring all of that data and answer those questions back.
And definitely in that, we need to see the traffic impact, study EIR and all that, whatever that goes along with it. Traffic is definitely a big concern. I agree with the community's concern surrounding that. And there's no winning with that model anyway in any of our middle schools, because two of them are on thoroughfare. One is in the middle of the community with multiple, single-family homes in the area. Trustee Jimenez?
Oh, yeah, no, so, yeah, I got confused. So I was thinking option B was merging basically 3 elementaries with a middle school. That wouldn't have to be the case, right? So it could be.
No, we definitely don't have space to do that.
Okay, yeah, no, so I was confused, yeah.
Correct.
I think, yeah, that's, and I don't know if the rest of the board agrees, maybe that's the option we should focus on. So that's the one we kind of do seem to agree on, that's the one option, but do we want to keep another option open is basically, I guess, my question. But we don't agree on which of the other two we should keep open if we do that.
From my perspective, and this is just for me, is I'm not inclined to touch any of the 3 middle schools. We only have 3 middle schools here. And, it'll be a good idea for future growth to keep them open, active, and, definitely actively look at improving enrollment, whatever we need to do with that.
So my question is, so say, if we don't touch it, we don't have a huge, middle school enrollment now. So in the future, is that gonna, if we don't have kind of students feeding into, is the middle school that's combined in TK to 8, is that just gonna become an elementary school? Because, we don't have enough students kind of feeding into it, or is the, TK to 5, gonna then dominate more than, because, right, they're all, so middle school, at the middle school level, we don't have a whole lot of students, same at the elementary level.
Right.
So to me, it feels like we should make some kind of reduction at the middle school level as well.
And tomorrow evening, we'll have our enrollment projections that'll go through the next few years. It'll let you see what those numbers start to look like for our 3 middle schools.
So whatever we decide, so, another one of my priorities besides, impacting students, obviously having schools closed, having students separate from, not only from the campus, but from, potentially from their classmates that they've been with, for maybe several years. That's disruptive to the students. But also another priority I have is to not have to go through this anytime in the near future. People have asked the question about, the facilities, and we'll get to those discussions later once we figure out, what sites are going to be consolidated and what facilities will be vacant. So one part of the facility too is, we don't know the future. First of all, we can't use, so say we were to sell, a school site that closes, we can't use that funding for general funds, so we can't use it for keeping our programs, paying our staff, that kind of thing. But also, we don't know in 20 years what the needs of the district are going to be. That's why we're not, as a board, I know we're not in favor of selling facilities because we don't know, right? And, in 20 years, say we have growth, something happens in this area that, there's a student population boom. And can you imagine, right, real estate, how it's gone, during the last 20 years, what it's going to go like in another 20 years. So we want to preserve those sites, keep them as part of the school district's inventory. So just to kind of answer that kind of question. That's one of my priorities is to, I forgot what I was saying, but anyway, causes a little disruption and make sure we don't have this happen anytime in the future.
Thank you. So it looks like we probably need to get to see some more data from your side.
Yes, definitely. And I have that here, and I do just want to share with the board that in the meantime, in your folders, under Appendix A,
Yes.
if you go to the October 17th meeting that the committee had, you will find there the schematics that were shared with them for K8 configurations. So that'll give you an opportunity to start taking a look at what the committee saw, and then our team will also bring back additional information based on your questions this evening.
Page number.
It's it's up at the top corner. You see the dates at the top. So you look for the October 17th meeting. Yes, it's towards the end. Yeah, it's towards the end. Page 217.
So as far as option B, is it possible for us to get scenarios of what could potentially happen? For example, if, let's say Sierramont were to merge with an elementary school, logistically, it would probably make more sense for it to merge with Ruskin since it's right there. So Ruskin would be the school set for closure, correct?
Potentially, it's to the board's discretion. You've got the sites that feed into Sierramont that are on the list include Ruskin and Cherrywood.
Okay, so it'll probably be one of those two schools if it was to merge to a TK through 8. And same with
Piedmont Middle
it'll
School,
probably
the
be
two
Toyon.
elementary sites are Toyon and Summerdale.
Correct. Okay. So then if we were to go with option B, I just want to be clear, potentially those would be the schools that would be slated for closure.
Then with option D also, sorry, trustee Nguyen, so if we choose, for example, Piedmont, like you said in your example, we have the two schools that feed into Piedmont, two elementary schools that feed into Piedmont, and then we need to identify a third school too. Correct?
So not necessarily, they don't have to be in that same area. They
Oh,
can
no,
be.
no, not in the same area, I'm saying.
So we actually, so
Really?
for Piedmont Middle School, we have Toyon and Summerdale that
Yes.
feed completely in,
Correct,
but
yes.
we also have students from Vincy Park and Noble that also come to Piedmont.
Oh, interesting, right.
Yeah, those are two locations where students split between two different middle schools where they attend.
So it would be one school combining with Piedmont, so the whole school would then move, like say if it was, like say Toyon, all the students would come to
So
this
that's
school?
where we'll bring back capacity numbers to you to let you know how many students we would be able to hold within that facility space. And then with the boundary discussions, that's why we have here Tom Williams he knows all of our boundaries. That's why we can show you where, our Vincy Park students attend and the area that the Noble students attend as well. Because that'll come into play once we determine if we are going to do a K-8, what's that maximum capacity that we want to hold in that school, which may require shifting students to their next middle school. So Vincy Park splits between Piedmont Middle School and Murrow. And then Noble splits between Piedmont and Sierramont.
I have a question. Is Summerdale a Title I school?
It is. Of the schools on the list of the 5, Toyon, Summerdale, and Laneview are Title I. And then with the middle schools, Piedmont Middle School and Murrow are Title I middle schools.
So one piece of information I wanted to say, and I don't know if I've missed it, among the materials is, do you have data showing kind of where students live, what neighborhoods, what streets they live in?
So we have it by a scattergram, and so that's at the front of your binder. It's kind of hard to see, but we can spend some time going over this the next time. So that kind of lets you know where the students are clustered.
Is it possible to put it up there? So that-
I said we can, she doesn't have that on her slide, so these are all your resources. But we can review that more closely. Tom Williams put these together for you.
There's one more thing, so sorry, trustee Jimenez, I just want to hang on this option D point a little bit. I wanted to, I think I lost a thread on that somewhere because you're talking about merging one elementary school with a middle school. So let's take the, what is it called, the data that we have, right? So we have, so since we're Piedmont, let's talk about Piedmont. We have Toyon and Summerdale that feed into Piedmont. So if you're saying merging one elementary with a middle school,
At least one.
at least one. So let's say if we pick 2 elementary schools to merge with the middle school to form a TK8, right? We will worry about the capacity later. Then we are now consolidated or closed 2 middle schools, 2
So you're
elementaries.
consolidating 2 elementaries into the middle,
Okay,
and you would still have one
One
more
more.
elementary that you would outline for closure.
okay, so it will be a total of 3 schools.
Correct.
Regardless, right?
Correct.
I also have another question regarding Title I students. What is the percentage of Northwood and Majestic Way?
So they are not designated Title I
No, they're
sites.
not, but do
But
they-
they do have for our unduplicated count of students.
Right.
And you do have that in your resources here. I'll have to look it up. But we do have it for every school.
Yes.
So we have a list
Yes,
here
uh-huh.
for you on how many students for each site are on free and reduced lunch capacity, because that was something that the committee looked at. They also looked at how many foster youth each
Right,
site had,
right.
et cetera.
The reason I'm asking is because I really do not want to lose the Title I students who are at present receiving these funds. If at any event that those schools one of those schools should be closed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and I have that as an item of request from the board
Yeah.
to bring back.
Thank you.
So still, trustee Nguyen, please go ahead.
I just had a question about option B, one more question. Does that potentially will cause a boundary change, or can we do it without a boundary change? Because we've experienced this in the past, and this is not an issue that we've addressed with the community. If we were to go with option B, we may have to do a boundary change, right?
You may, again, it depends on the middle school that's selected, you know, and what that overall capacity will be. So it depends, because we have some sites that are small in terms of student enrollment, where that whole school could merge in without a boundary change. They're just changing from their current site location to another. It's looking at what that middle school capacity is going to be that might adjust those boundary changes.
Well, I'll just give an example. If we were to go with Sierra Mont with option B, Sierra Mont's boundaries will shrink,
Correct,
and that will cause a whole different can of worms for parents.
correct.
I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because you're merging larger school sites.
Okay.
So that's the reason for that adjustment. And that's where I go back to saying it depends on the middle school location that's selected and the amount of capacity that you have for students. That would then trigger the boundary changes that are needed.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to point out also that this evening, someone had mentioned, who spoke earlier, regarding the Title I funds at Toyon, and if these students should be dispersed, that they will lose those funds. But if these students are reconfigured into a school that's also receiving these funds, then that should not be a problem.
Correct.
And potentially, they will probably have more Title I funds coming to them,
That
depending
will
on the
depend.
situation. Potentially, right? And then,
Yes.
again,
Yeah, it depends on the configuration of the schools, but yeah, if 2 Title I
Title I
elementaries
schools.
merge with the Title I middle, then yeah, theoretically, the percentage would be higher and there'd be more resources.
But the reason I ask is that there are some programs at Toyon, reading intervention program that is funded using Title I. And, you know, my hope is with 2 Title I schools merging, that program gets enhanced, you know, we can get more resources focused on that. So that's a good option to have. The one thing I wanted to mention, I've been looking at the schematics, I don't know whether it's possible to put it up there, but looking at the layout of the campuses between Piedmont and Sierra Mont for a TK8 kind of a model. The layout of Piedmont seems to be a little bit more conducive because they're from what I can see, their school, classrooms are at the perimeter. Most of the classrooms are on the perimeter, which means you could potentially demarc elementary and middle. We can keep them separated from each other, not having to cross paths during the school day. Compared to Sierra Mont, it's one building with different classrooms on the sides. So I like that if we decide to go with the TK8 configuration, from my perspective, Piedmont looks more attractive.
Piedmont or?
Piedmont looks more attractive because the classrooms are on the perimeter. So if I apologize, sorry.
Okay.
If we can have kinder elementary on one side and middle on the other. That's what I'm looking at.
I have another concern. If this is just a scenario, if Lakeview is to be closed, those students can transfer into either Majestic Way or Northwood, am I correct?
So we have, yes, those would be the two nearest schools.
Would that be enough for those students who are receiving Title I funds to receive it while they're over there?
So that's analysis we have to bring back to you.
I'm worried about that because I care about these students that are receiving these funds. They need the help.
So one of my concerns is, in discussing this school, I know that of all the middle schools, this is the one that kind of is performing not as high as the other ones. And same with kind of the elementary schools that we're looking at this side. So we're going to create one huge underperforming school. That's kind of my concern, right? So we don't want to, I don't know if we want to find ourselves in that situation where we send all the, underperforming students to one school.
Well, I think what needs to be thought about there is maximizing the resources that they'll gain in that consolidation process, as you talked about, intervention support and other programming that they need.
Okay. And then, so besides that, I think, there should be something extra, right? So if it's this school, so Sierra Mont has, they have the Mandarin immersion program kind of going there. Perhaps something else, some other incentive for parents to want to send their kids here. And not just, because we get extra resources because the students are, underperforming.
So STEM was one of the options, like STEM Academy type of a thing was one of the options. I would be interested in looking at how that could work and what would be the cost associated with it. And, practically speaking, it may not be the easiest thing to do to bring up a K-8 school in such a short time. And also make it a STEM Academy type of a school. So I'd be really interested in seeing how that can be planned, how you envision that happening. All right. So we seem to be all focusing on the TK8 option B. Is that safe to say that, or?
I like the whole idea, actually, of the reconfiguring a middle school. So that would mean an elementary school going into that particular school. And you had mentioned, Trustee Srinivasan, about your preference, and that preference is the Piedmont Middle School to reconfigure.
I'd like to still keep Sierra Mont as an option. So both schools, obviously, I think, the more options we have, the better.
To reconfigure, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so both those two schools then.
So just to qualify my comments, I was looking at the schematics specifically, and my comments were based on, visualization of how we can separate out K5 and 6-8. That is the only thing, and I'm not suggesting that we should do that, but I just like the layout of Piedmont as a possible TK8 campus.
Yeah, and there are multiple model options that were put together, so we can walk through each one so you can see them all and get a better understanding of what that breakdown is.
All right. So where we go from here, I think we have spoken at length about a lot of the options. Do we take this back, sleep on it, and meet again at a future meeting, a future special meeting, to discuss some of the questions that we posed, and then maybe give us a chance to reflect upon what we have learned today. Does it sound
Yes, I have
okay?
all the information we need, yes.
Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Black? I see you thinking about something.
I am always thinking. I'll think some more when we need.
For sure, yes, me too. Good, all right. Trustee Nguyen, do you have anything? No, you, all right, perfect. All righty, so my agenda is buried here somewhere. There you go. I got you. Thank you. Oh, all right, so, all right, now we move to adjournment. So does this mean we might come up with a potential date for another special
study
meeting to
session,
discuss,
yes.
another study session to discuss the options and also get some of these questions answered?
Yes.
So for tonight's meeting, this is it. I'd entertain a motion for adjournment if there are no other questions.
I move that we adjourn.
Second. We moved in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned at 10:23 p.m. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you for your patience today. Really appreciate it.